Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a Saturday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Festival Day is upon us. We'll have scratches and changes coming up in a few moments. We're 35 minutes to post time. We ask you now to please rise and join us as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. And once again, a pleasant good morning to you all. And welcome to day number 58 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. Festival Day is here. A 12-race card awaits us. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. We're racing under beautiful sunny Florida skies today. Should be temperatures in the mid-70s throughout this afternoon's card. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race 1 kicks off that early pick 5. That pool already getting set to jump over 60,000. Should go well over 200,000 if I was guessing. But that is just a guess. In today's first race, number 7 Ambulante is plus 3 pounds. Plus 3 on the number 7 Ambulante in today's first race. Race 1, number 7 is plus 3. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. Jockey overweight on the number 2, Captivating Sound, plus 2 pounds. Plus 2 on the number 2, Captivating Sound. Number 3, Our Magic Princess, also plus 2 pounds. Plus 2 on the 3. And scratch number 4, Almapura. Number 4, Almapura is scratch. Scratch the 4 out of today's second race. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. Race 3 starts at pick 4. We just have an ownership correction. Should read owners 6K's Training and Sales and Scott Allen Prince. Again, just add Scott Allen Prince to the ownership group of the number 2 Chris's Kitty. Race number 4 starts a special middle pick 5. A jockey overweight on the number 6 Double Cosmo Girl, 2 pounds over. Plus 2 on the number 6 Double Cosmo Girl in today's fourth race. Race 5, the first of our stakes events since the 34th running of the Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes, Grade 3 event. 4 scratches in here. Scratch number 1, Life is Precious. Number 1, Life is Precious is scratched. Scratch number 2, O Captain. Scratch the 2, O Captain. Ownership correction on the number 4, El Principito. Just add owner Todd Bittiger to the ownership list. Todd Bittiger. Scratch number 5, Patriot Spirit. Number 5, Patriot Spirit is scratched. And scratch number 7, Ben Doog. So recapping the scratches in race 5, scratch 1, 2, 5, and 7. With those scratches, we will have no super high 5, no super, no show wagering in today's 5th race, the Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes. Race 6, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Purse. Scratch both of the also eligible runners, 13 and 14. Race 6, scratch number 13, 3%. And scratch number 14, Dreamliner's Kid. Race 6, scratch 13 and 14. Today's 7th race, the 19th running of the Columbia Stakes. Do take note, the late pick 5 does begin in race 7, so it will end in the Tampa Bay Derby. So again, do make note, your late pick 5 starts in race 7 today. Scratch number 2, Tapper's Valor. Number 2, Tapper's Valor is scratched. Scratch the 2. Jockey overweight on the number 5, Peace Cloud, plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the 5. And scratch number 7, Versus. Number 7, Versus is scratched out of the 7th race. So race 7, the Columbia Stakes, scratch 2 and 7. Race number 8, the Lamb Home South Race of the Week, starts the pick 4 that ends in the Tampa Bay Derby. Scratch number 4, Crocodile Hunter. Number 4, Crocodile Hunter is scratched out of the 8th. A jockey overweight on the number 5, EA, plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the 5. Scratch number 6, Take Charge Smiling. Number 6, Take Charge Smiling is scratched. Scratch number 8, Osprey. Number 8, Osprey is scratched. A jockey overweight on the number 9, Snow Name. That horse is plus 4 pounds. Plus 4 on the number 9, Snow Name. Scratch number 10, Cruising Derrick. Number 10, Cruising Derrick is out. So the scratches in race 8, scratch 4, 6, 8, and 10. The 9th race is the 27th running of the Grade 2 Hillsborough Stakes. It'll start the late pick 4. Scratch number 3, She's Fire. Number 3, She's Fire is scratched out of the Hillsborough Stakes. Race 10, the 42nd running of the Florida Oaks, Grade 3, $200,000 up for grabs. Scratch number 12, Miavana. Number 12, Miavana is scratched out of today's 10th race. Race 10, scratch number 12, Miavana. Race 11 is the big one, the 45th running of the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby. Grade 3, $400,000. Kentucky Derby points in the line, and there are no changes in the Derby. No changes in the Tampa Bay Derby. Our 12th and final race, scratch both of the also eligible, scratch 13 and 14. Race 12, scratch 13 and 14 out of the finale. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. If you missed any of those changes, they will be scrolling along the bottom of your television monitor throughout the remainder of the afternoon. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming up in the paddock in about 10 minutes' time. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 12 of today's races. Reminder, the pick 5s today, there are 3 of them. They start in races 1, 4, and 7. Again, pick 5 start in races 1, 4, and 7. The opener is coming up in 28 minutes. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs. Attention race fans, we have a jockey change just being announced for the first time in today's 10th race. Race 10, the Florida Oaks. A jockey change on the number 4, Miss Rummy Cube. Make the rider Samuel Marin. Samuel Marin rides number 4, Miss Rummy Cube, in today's 10th race, the Florida Oaks. Race 10, number 4, make the jockey Samuel Marin.
Well, happy Saturday, everybody. It is Festival Day. 12 races on today's card featuring the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby, where we've got Kentucky Derby points on the line. Real salty field, but it's a great card every which way you look at it. I'm Ren Carruthers, and I'm very happy to be joined by the other Carruthers, Matt Carruthers, to bring you all the action. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We have a little bit of a contest. We're going mano y mana this weekend. You had the better of me yesterday.
I
It's
did.
$2 to win place on all our selections. Yeah, the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby, that's a grade 3. That's race number 11. That's a mile and 16th. And the winner of this race, essentially, I mean, you're in the Derby.
Yeah.
You get 50 points. You probably need around 40 to get into the Kentucky Derby. So the winner of this race, pretty much an automatic berth to the Kentucky Derby, and you have the best trainers, the best owners, the 5 best riders in the country are probably all here today.
Yeah, no, it's so exciting. We've got Frankie Dettori here today.
I know.
Amazing.
We're the best of all time.
I know. It's
He's never been here before. First time.
I am going to get an interview with him. Frankie, I'm coming for you. But before we get to all that, we start things off with race 1 here. And what we've got is an 8-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. They're going to be going 7 furlongs on the main track. This will kick off that early pick 5. And the early pick 5 yesterday paid over $36,000.
36,300. I think favorites were shut out, and we had that 57-1 shot that won race number 3. So yeah, crazy results.
And one
yesterday.
that could have made sense too when you really looked at it. But as far as my top pick in this race, I'm going to go with the number 3 on top. That is Mr. Jack in here for Bennett. Marin stays aboard after his runner-up finish last out at the level to Sir Robert Hall. Mr. Jack was actually favored, but he was he's well beaten that day in Corn Lake's back of the winner. But he was also making a first off the layoff, which had been a first off the layoff, and also cut back to just 6 furlongs while also starting from a wide draw, which of course led to ground loss. I like that he's now got the recency. He's got a good draw, and he's getting 7 furlongs to really get into gear. Now, the race prior to the time away, that was a 16 N3L right here. He finished 5th, and Sir Robert Hall was actually 2nd that day. Couldn't hold off Bati King, who was piloted by Sammy Marin that day, who went on to run 3rd in an open 20 claimer, earning a 72 buyer figure. So I think this boy improves with the recency, more ground, better post.
Walt Whitman's the 2. I don't know about you, but I think Dead Poet Society, Robin Williams, my captain.
Okay.
Don't you? No.
Well,
no.
I don't know. Do you think this horse maybe Leaves the Grass was better for him?
Wow. Well done. We're going deep on Walt Whitman, right, one of the great poets of all time. I'm going to go with a price here in the first race. Hey, this is a tricky distance with non-winners of 3 lifetimers. Why not try to hit a home run in the first race with Papa Cats, the 6 horse? So I see a layoff of almost 9 months. That's an issue. But look at that win April 24th of last year. That was off a long layoff too, kind of a similar layoff. So this horse has won at 26-1, similar price to today at the 2L condition, off almost the exact same layoff that he's facing here, and he did it at Tampa, and that was his only start at Tampa. So he's won his only start at Tampa. He did it off a similar layoff. He has a 48 and change workout, pretty quick for this group, I would say, coming into this race, and there's no one to be really fearful of in this spot. So I put him on top. I think 20-1 is his current price. I put the 4-horse Diamond Mesa in second. Mesa. I'm used to M-E-S-A.
Oh, no, it is 2 S's. It is
2 S's.
Mesa.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Never correct me. I'm kidding. You're right 98% of the time. Diamond Mesa, this is a horse who lost 13 in a row. And then kind of, I know he had a win before, but sort of the light bulb angle when you lose 13 in a row and then you have that emphatic win by 4 1/4 lengths. And he did it at 7 furlongs, and he did it here in an 11-horse field at odds of 9-1. He paid $21. And then where did I go in third, Ren? I went with the 3-horse, Mr. Jack, who for the most part has faced better. You mentioned needed that last start, and you mentioned, I think, Robert Hall, the winner of that race. For the level, 8-3L. That horse was pretty good. I mean, he went gate to wire. He won by 8 1/4 lengths. I think the buyer came back 67. So it was a strong race for this level. But I put him in third.
Okay.
So I figured he'd be favored. Right now he's second choice. I didn't use the horse who's your current favorite, who's the 9.
Okay, well, the 9 is my second pick. That's King Miano for Kathleen O'Connell. He's got speed. He's employed at the 2 starts he's had here this meet. First scoring an 8 and 2 off the bench by 4 3/4 lengths over some others in here. And then last out, he got denied, trying to take him all the way at the 8 and 3 level. That was with Norfie getting the head up there in the end as he started to get tired. He is the speed of the race, so it's catch me if you can with him. And then I'm going to complete the top 3. I have to do it. My main name is Hakeem. I got to go with the number 11, Hakimi. I know he was 7th beaten 12 last out in that 8 and 3L, going 6 furlongs on the dirt. He'd been running on the synthetic and turf. Last time he'd run on the main track, that's when an optional 32 N2X had come off the grass here, and that was at 8.5 furlongs, and he put up a good figure doing it. Last out, he got bumped hard out of the gate, and you could see his hind quarters get swung out from the impact. So, you know, he was in tight, had to be restrained behind horses, later had to go so wide off the turn. I'm thinking that the story might have been different had he gotten a smooth go from the blocks that day. He's now making a second start here this meet for the Romero barn as well, while getting Camacho up. So I'm going to go 3, 9, 11. And you are?
6-4-3. And before we close, I was going to say, you look stunning.
Oh,
today. Doesn't she look
sweet.
beautiful? She looks beautiful today, doesn't she?
You do too. All right. Again, I'm 3, 9, 11 here in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
The horses onto the track, post sprinting for today's first race, first of 12 here on Festival Day. An $8,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs over that fast main track. No scratches or jockey changes. A jockey overweight. The number 7 Ambulante is 3 pounds over. Race 1 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We start that early pick 5, that pool already over $138,000. You still got 8 minutes to post time. The opener in 8 minutes. Five minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's first race, our early pick 5. Kickoff in just 2 minutes. The early pick 5 pool gone over $187,000. Going to sail over $200,000. Still got 2 minutes to post time. The horses are now making their way up the 7 furlong chute and approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's first of 12 here on Festival Day. Field of 12 at the 7 furlong distance. Your 8-5 post time favorite, number 9, King Miano. 3-1 on the number 3, Mr. Jack. 9-2 on the 4, Diamond Mesa. As No Problem Joe, the first to head in. Ambulante has gone forward, as has Fast and Steady. Mr. Jack moving up along with King Miano. We got our drone footage on track today. Diamond Mesa coming up. Russian Hammer, Sarah Hess out to gate 10. Field loading quickly here. Federal Exchange is going to be next. Waiting on Papa Cats. Hakimi and Minton will be all set to kick off today's Saturday program. Early pick 5 pool getting close to that $300,000 mark. Papa Cats and Minton, the final pair. We're just about set to roll here on Festival Day 2025. Minton to the outside draw with Paul Luna Obregon on board. Minton goes up. Minton backed away momentarily there. Now coming in. They're in the gate. And the race is on Festival Day 2025. Got away to a good dispatch. Mintonen from the outside is showing speed. Ambulante, King Miano coming up between runners, and King Miano up to grab the lead as they come out of the chute and onto the main track. Up from the outside, Mintonen, right to that one's inside. Ambulante's out third. Russian Hammer's fourth in the purple cap. Moving through to that one's inside is Mr. Jack and Walt Whitman. Hakimi away seventh, but only about 3.5, 4 off the top. Then comes Diamond Mesa in those bright lime green colors. Down along the inside, No Problem Joe is ninth. A length more back to Fast and Steady in 10th. Two more after that, Federal Exchange. Another 5 back to that one, stablemate Papa Cats, who is 12th and last. 24 seconds the opening quarter mile, and King Miano is the leader. It's King Miano to the far turn, in front by a length and a half. To Walt Whitman, up on the outside comes Mintonen. They're racing a joint second. Russian Hammer starting to march forward from fourth, is 3.5 off the lead as King Miano continues on past the 5/16. King Miano and Jose Ferrer, 46-4 was the opening half-mile time. They wind around to the top of the stretch. King Miano, that lead still almost 2. Russian Hammer, Mr. Jack starts a 4-wide move with Diamond Mesa, who's moving out 5 wide, but King Miano tries to slip away with just over a furlong to go. King Miano's in front by 3. Russian Hammer from out of the pack. Diamond Mesa down the far outside is eating up some ground, but time is ticking away. A final 16th to go. King Miano is still there. King Miano and Jose Ferrer all the way to win the opener. As your 8-5 favorite, they won it by 4. Russian Hammer was second. Third looked like Diamond Mesa over Mr. Jack, and another photo for 5th. Nine ten and a photo. 9-10 and a photo. Nine ten 4-3 and 5. 9-10 4-3-5 the unofficial order. 123.86 the final time for King Miano. King Miano, your first race winner. Results are now official. $5.20 on a $2 win ticket. King Miano, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Kozan out of religious type, was bred in Florida by Brent and Crystal Ferning. DeBello Racing LLC, the winning owners. Kathleen O'Connell, the winning trainer. Jose Ferrer on the engine to win the opener. Gate to wire for King Miano, your first race winner. $9.10 exact and $19.90. Trifecta $23.25. The dime super $13.46. High five $1,265.90. Up next, today's second race will begin the early pick 4 in just 22 minutes. Race number 2. It's an $8,000 claiming event. Once again at that 7 furlong distance. Scratch the 4 Alma Pura. Number 4 is scratched. Number 2 is +2. Number 3 is +2. Post time for today's second. That early pick 4 coming up in just 22 minutes. Fans, don't forget with long lines today and busy crowd here, make sure to make your wagers early. Do avoid getting shut out at the windows. Make your wagers early if you're joining us here on track at Tampa Bay Downs. Paging Samantha Marchand. Samantha Marchand, please come to the winner's circle following the second race. Again, Samantha Marchand, please come to the winner's circle following the second race today. Again, paging Samantha Marchand, please come to the winner's circle following the second race.
Well, I mean, we bring you the best interviews here when we're on site, and we got the winning jock of the first race, Jose Ferrer. And what? You're only one away from 4,800 wins now.
Yeah, one away 4,400. But I just want to say thank you, everybody. Thank the bless of theirs and give me the strength and just keep me keep going.
It's so exciting, a big day like this. Tell us about some of the rides coming up.
Oh, it's great. We have a great car, have a great weather, great riders. They got the best riders in the world. So, I just want the fan to enjoy it because things like that don't happen too much often over here. It's great to have the riders over here and the horses and the trainers.
Me and you are a couple of we're not old guys, but we're slightly advanced, I guess. I've known you. I met you at Monmouth, I think, in '98. So what is that? Yes. About 27 years. I've known you. Talk to me about, you're still riding at the same level now that you were when I met you in 1998. What do you attribute that to? Is it I know you have a crazy kind of work ethic. You work out multiple times a day. Is keeping fit the key to your sustained success?
Yeah, first of all, God, the man upstairs, and I just got to keep working hard. Working my body. I got to compete against these other young kids, so I got to work out almost every day. You got to keep fit.
And 5,000 right around the proverbial corner, right? For you, how long will that take you to get 5,000? A couple weeks?
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna try. I'm one away 4,800. We'll see what happens. Next time. But things. Get my family keep me going. I got two beautiful children, a beautiful wife, so keep me working.
Well, you working hard, getting right into that winner's circle to kick festival day off. Congratulations to Jose Ferrer, Kathleen O'Connell, and DeVello Racing with King Miano to get things started. We'll be looking forward to seeing what you do the rest of the day.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Everybody, Jose Ferrer. Now we got race 2 coming up, and
all class, Jose Ferrer.
Absolutely. And so this is also going to start our early pick for, it's an 8-claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races. They're going to be going 7 furlongs on the main track. I'm chalky in here. Don't make fun of me, Matt Carruthers.
No,
I'm going to number 8. Oops, haha. In here for Richard Silliman, you got Sammy Marin staying aboard after she tried to wire Lass out from the 8-hole, got tired late after some traffic issues, settled for 3rd. That was at 8.5. Start prior to that, also from this post, she had to get steadied back in the early going down the backstretch because she got tight in between horses. They were all bunched together. She came on later, but was so wide that she lost so much ground and she couldn't mount a rally. That was just at 6 furlongs, but the start before that at 7, she ran a really good second, being just a length and a quarter at the level. The winner was Keep On Rockin', and she has since won an 8 and 3L and ran 4th in an open 62.50. There was also a next out winner from the January 1st start. That was Heavens Express. She won an 8 and 2L and then ran 3rd to Bold Baby and Thank the Academy in that March 1st 8 and 3L. So I like her back to 7 furlongs. I think it's encouraging that Marin stays aboard. Where did you go for your top pick?
I like the price I'm getting right now on Jenna's Mercy. I thought this horse would get more attention than 9. She's 5-1 currently. We kind of have similar angles in that I think at this level, these are, relatively the cheaper horses at the now is a 2 lifetime level. The turn back in distance you really apply, especially when they're turning back to 7 furlongs, which they're doing here. And both of our selections turning back from 2-turn races. Jenna's Mercy coming out of a 16-2L in which she ran 5th in. So this is a drop, obviously, now in for the 8,000 2L. At this distance, 2 back, she broke her maiden by 5. So she was heavily favored in that race. She won by 5. They tried her against better. She didn't run a terrible race. She was beaten 5.5 lengths. Now you turn back in distance and you drop in class. I like her to outfinish some of these horses at this stamina-type distance, especially for a horse at this level. So I put her on top. I put the 6-horse Scored in second.
I did too. I put Scored in second as well for Michael Wright. Yes.
Okay, she has some speed, and she's third off the layoff. And there's
mostly
some
on synthetic in her career.
There's some things to like. I mean, she was beaten a neck at 7 furlongs, even though it was on the synthetic. She's run well at this distance.
And wait a second, too, because as I keep telling everybody, and they tuned in for my simulcast, that first main try she had, that was on Christmas Eve, and I cannot stress this enough. When you see December 24th in those past performances, that day you had to be on the lead or just off to win.
Okay, all right. And, she showed a little bit of speed, but she kind of needed the race, too. And then I selected your top pick third. Oops, ha ha, turning back, consistent. Sammy in the money 4-5 at Tampa. But right now, I would bet the 9 horse to win at this price, 5-1 on Jenna's Mercy. I would play her probably down to 7-2. And the other thing about a day like today, with the Tampa Bay Derby being the only Derby prep race in the country, and a lot of the spotlight on Tampa because of the connections and the races and how many grade stakes races, 4 races today, the pools are enormous. I heard Jason Beam, our track announcer, does a great job. Before the first race, say the pick 5 was well over $300,000. So, if you love a horse, you can bet big on that horse, and you're not going to affect the board too often because there's so much money in the pools today.
Well, I'll tell you, as far as my third pick goes, I went to number 2. That is Captivating Sound. She's dropping back in after an attempt against 25 N2Ls that did not go so well. She did not break with alacrity that day, though, in her defense. And
Eagerness.
That race, it was only at 6.5 furlongs. She was so wide off the turn. Start before that, though, she came from a couple lengths off a hot pace, got the lead, but then got run down by Thank the Academy, who won by a half length there in the end. She went on to get beat just a neck in that N3L, which was won by Bold Baby. She earned a 59 buyer figure. So drop back in for 8, and with a better start, I think Captivating Sound makes sense in your exotic. So again, your top 3?
9-6-8.
I am 8-6-2 here in race 2, which again kicks off the early pick 4.
Once again, paging Samantha Marchand. Please come to the winner's circle following today's second race. Samantha Marchand, please come to the winner's circle following race 2. The horse is onto the track post parading for today's second race, an $8,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs over that fast main track. Field of 10 set to go here. Scratch number 4, Alma Pura. Number 4 is scratched. Jockey overweights numbers 2 and 3 are both 2 pounds over, plus 2 on numbers 2 and 3. Race 2 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We have a super high 5. We also start that early pick 4. That pool already over $45,000. You still got 5 minutes to get involved. 5 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. Today's second race, our early pick 4, just 2 minutes away. The horses are making their way up the 7 furlong chute, approaching the starting gate. 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second. Start of that early pick 4. Great views via the drone today. Field of 10 here at 7 furlongs. Your post time favorite 2-1 on the number 8, Oops Ha Ha. 3-1 on the 6, Scored. 7-2 on the number 9, Jenna's Mercy. Also 3-1, Captivating Sound. So those 4 taking a majority of the wagering here. Everybody else is double-digit odds or higher. Captivating Sound going forward along with Oops Ha Ha. Our Magic Princess going in. Instead of Sea Biscuit, maybe we'll call the drone Air Biscuit for the afternoon. Zippy Zinny moving up. Crystal Rain, Scored, and Maya C, the final few. We'll be all set for a start. The early pick 4 here on Festival Day 2025. Scored coming in, just waiting on Maya C and Sarah Hess to the outside. Sarah had a riding double yesterday. Maya C coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Bit of a slow start there for Zippy Zinny. Good start down at the inside for Star of Sarah, who's sent for early speed. Crystal Rain in the orange and black colors up from the outside is quick. Those two, 1-2 as they come toward the main track proper. They're a length and a half in front of Scored. Maya C, they're now out 3rd and 4th. Then comes Captivating Sound. Between horses, Our Magic Princess was out in 6th. Oops Ha Ha is 7th in the green colors. Oh, we had a spill there. Number 3 went down. Also unseated was the number 7, American Peaches. We had a spill. Looks like it's a clip heel incident because the 3 is up galloping in good order, and the 7 continues to run on with the pack. 22-1 the opening quarter mile time, and it's Star of Sarah and Crystal Rain who are going out front. They've got a length and a half in front of Scored. Down to the inside, Captivating Sound. Maya C is moving up from 5th. The top 5 bunch up here. It's about 2 or 3 more back to Oops Ha Ha. Another 3 then to Jenna's Mercy. After that is Zippy Zinny. Again, both numbers 3 and 7 unseated the riders in the backstretch run. So they come to the top of the stretch. 45-1 was the opening half-mile time, and Scored comes up alongside of Crystal Rain. Those two 1-2. Captivating Sound going to go down toward the inside. Maya C is just in behind them, and Oops Ha Ha down the far outside. A final 16th to go. Scored still in front. Captivating Sound coming through down along the inside, and Captivating Sound and Scored. These are the two as they drive to the wire. It's going to be Captivating Sound to win it. Scored was second. Third was Crystal Rain, and a photo for 4th between Maya C and Oops Ha Ha. Again, both numbers 3 and 7, the riders unseated there in the race. Looks like number 3 has been caught by the outrider and is running back with that one, and the 7 is running with the field still. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking into the run down the back stretch, again involving the unseating of both numbers 3 and 7 for the jockeys. Again, the number 3 horse is with the outrider and is walking back toward the back stretch. Number 7, American Peaches, who ran on with the field after the incident, has also been caught by the outriders. So good news there. We'll update as both riders are being attended to on the track by medical personnel. 2-6-10, the unofficial order posted. 124.32 the final time. Fourth to the number 11, Maya C. Fifth, number 8, Oops Haha. 2-6-10, 11, and 8. Captivating sound, the winner here to the winner's circle. 4-year-old Bay Filly by Audible out of Alluring Squall was bred in Kentucky by Lothenbach Stables. PRZ and Sands Stable are the winning owners. Pablo Torres, the winning trainer. Hector Diaz Jr. aboard for the winning ride. Captivating sound, a 7-2 winner. Again, a steward's inquiry posted here for the second race. Looking at the run down the backstretch. No change to the order finish. Results will stand as is. 2, 6, 10, 11, and 8. No change. Results are now official. $9.60 on the win. Two six exact to $24.40. The trifecta $229.25. Dime super $263.63. Daily double $14.20. The high five $2,785.60. Race number 3 is coming up at 1:16 p.m. It's 32 minutes away. Today's third race. It's a maiden special weight event. No scratches or jockey changes here. Starting another pick 4. Post time for the third in 32 minutes. Fans, don't forget to get signed up for our 50-50 raffle that goes to benefit Run for the Ribbons, our thoroughbred aftercare partners here at Tampa Bay Downs. There's a table set up by the double doors near the paddock. You can get those 50-50 raffle tickets. Again, all proceeds benefiting Run for the Ribbons, our thoroughbred aftercare partners here at Tampa Bay Downs.
So we had obviously a scary situation there in race 2, but
Yeah, about the half-mile pole. I mean, we're not sure exactly what happened yet, but obviously it involved the 3-horse, our Magic Princess, and the 7-horse, American Peaches. We saw the 7-horse crossed the finish line, seemed to be a-okay. 3-horse, we don't know the situation at this point. But
she got him.
Was Van Doff,
Yes.
our Magic Princess, and both riders
Conscious.
with Victor Lara and the rider on the 7-horse.
Marian Angelis
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, we don't know much right now, so we just
we'll keep you posted.
We'll keep you posted as soon as we know anything, and just all we can do now is pray and hope for the
best.
best.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, race 3, as far as what we have coming up here, is going to start our next pick 4. We've got a maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies. This is set at 6 furlongs on the main track. I tend to obviously shy away from favorites if I can help it, especially in a baby race. But the number 8, Cha Cha Quick, you cannot ignore this pedigree. You just can't do it. This girl who is debuting for Brad Cox, who is 20% first out as it is a full sister to Gamine. Yes, 9 for 11 Gamine, who won almost $1.8 million, including multiple grade 1s, the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Cha Cha Quick also half sister to a horse named Princess Peggy, who won her debut at Belmont by 5 1/4 lengths. Their mom, Peggy Jane, was second on debut, but it was a runner-up finish to the talented Agave Kiss. And Peggy went on to win her next 2 starts ahead of a second-place finish in a New York Bred Stakes race. This work tab looks great. I think she is very well intended here.
I'm looking at the odds right now. The horse getting bet right now is the 5-horse Naked Eye, who I think I put second in this race. This is Derek Ryan, Jose Ortiz, who's having an incredible winter meeting at the fairgrounds right now. This horse comes into Philly by Vacoma, comes in with a quickest of 100 half-mile drill, 47-3 on the 23rd of February, only start being on February 8th, and ran well. Finished 4th to a very good Shug McGahee winner who had a perfect trip in that race.
Cassiar.
The race came back very quickly, and she was only beaten 3 3/4 lengths.
And that winner earned an 81 buyer figure.
81 buyer. She should improve, you would think, in the second start of her career, and has that workout that I mentioned coming in. I put her second. I put the 6-horse on top. That would be Fast Market, who's 7-1. Not that the turf race was bad. It was fine for John Terranova. DQ'd from 4th and placed 10th in that event. But the dirt race 2 starts back at Gulfstream, it's the race I'm kind of gravitating towards. Yeah, she was beaten 7.5 lengths, but it was a really fast race. I mean, she was 3rd of 7, maiden special, Gulfstream. I thought the winner was really strong. It was a Clement first-time starter who went gate to wire, who won by 2 1/4 lengths. Speaking of buyers, came back 84. Wow. So that was a fast race. She's come back with a bullet minute and 2/5 drill here at Tampa, and then another one decent, a little bit slower, 49-2. So I put Fast Market on top. I put Naked Eye in second, and then I put the first-time starter who, to be honest with you, with that kind of pedigree, when you're full to Gamine, who you mentioned the resume, and she won 5 grade 1s, and it's Florent, and it's Cox, and it's Stone Street, I thought she might open up at even money. I'm not saying the public's chilly on her right now, but 5-2, I'm a little surprised that she's an overlay currently on the board.
That's okay. I'll take an overlay.
No, it's good. It's good to the better, for
absolutely.
Sure.
So, you mentioned Naked Eye. That is my second pick. I don't have to go over why. You already explained that pretty well. I will say, as far as my third pick, it's going to be the number 3. And I would tell those, handicapping the race, don't get confused by the sales price, okay? This one, first-time starter trained by Chad Brown. She's by Practical Joke, sold as a weanling in 2022 for $105,000. And it says there in your form that Practical Joke stands for $100,000. So you might look at that and go, oh, she only sold for $5,000 more than the stud fee. But no, you have to take in mind, that's his stud fee now. In 2022, when she sold,
he was a new sire, pretty much.
His stud fee was only $22,500. So then she bought $105,000, and when that was what his stud fee was back then. She sold big, and for good reason. Not only, is he bringing in that Into Mischief line, but her own female family is that of cavorting. So very, very nice pedigree. I think she's another one here that you cannot dismiss. Again, it's Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, first-time Lasix, and so I'll let you say what your top three is again to reiterate.
No, and by the way, that's really good information. I mean,
Thank you.
I wouldn't think of that. I mean, I would think, oh, $100,000, Practical Joke stands for $105,000. To go back and then look and see when this horse was sold, what the sire was standing for at that point in time, that's kind of next level.
I think it would behoove for the handicappers if going forward stud fees were listed as what they were at the time of sale.
Or maybe you list both, what they are now and what they were at the time of the sale. I went 6, 5, 8 in this race. And one last thing about Naked Eye. That race in which they went 116, that was Sam F. Davis Day. And Nutella Fella went 9-2 that day. Naked Eye comes out of a race in which the final time was 9-3.
Not bad.
So that was to give you an idea of how fast of a maiden special event that was.
Good catch. And you might have mentioned already. I don't know if you did. I'm sorry if you did. But she's also now getting first-time Lasix too.
I did not mention that.
Okay, well there you go for that. So as far as my top three, 853 in race 3, which again starts our next pick 4.
The horse is onto the track post spreading for today's third race. We start another pick four in here. 3-year-old fillies at that 6 furlong distance. The main track fast here as we get set for today's third. It's a maiden special weight. No scratches or jockey changes here in today's third race. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We have a super high five. We start that pick 4. That pool already about to jump over $50,000. You still got 7 minutes to get involved. 7 minutes to post time. 2 minutes to post time. Today's third race, start of another pick 4 coming up in just 2 minutes. The horses are now making their way toward the starting gate and approaching the gate. Just 1 minute to post time, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third. Field of 9 here at the 6 furlong distance. 3-year-old filly maiden special weight event. Your post time favorite right now. Co-favorites at 2-1, numbers 5 and 8. 5 of the 9 runners here making their debut. Numbers 1, 3, 4, 7. Camacho to the inside draw. Like Sammy's hopped off, and they're going to load some kind of special without him on board. Some kind of special is starting to inch forward. Now goes up to the gate and in. Fast Market is going to be next. Naked Eye is in. Here's Chris's Kitty to gate 2. Right now 21-1 Dylan Davis in town. Many of the top riders in the country in town today here at Tampa Bay Downs. Subtle Humor, Flavian Pratt. You could probably put him in that class as well. Here's Sunshine Lily coming up. Winning on Roja, Cha-Cha Quick, and Hey Cookie will be all set for a start. Irad Ortiz and Roja. Florent Giroux and Cha-Cha Quick to gate 8. Waiting on Hey Cookie and Hector Diaz Jr. to the outside draw. Today's third race, another pick 4 getting underway here on this 12 race card. Hey Cookie goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on, and Naked Eye came away just a half step slow. Roja in the center, flashing speed. Hey Cookie is right there. Subtle Humor, part of the early gallop. And some inside, some kind of special. And Roja, they're 1-2. Subtle Humor, Fast Market right there in that second flight. Way to the outside goes Hey Cookie in 5th. Naked Eye, after the bad beginning, is up to 6th between horses. Just 2.5 or 3 off the lead. Then comes Chris's Kitty, who's racing in 7th. After that comes Sunshine Lily, and it's 3 or 4 more back to Cha-Cha Quick, who's void of early. And down toward the inside, some kind of special. Fast Market out 3 wide. Between them comes Roja, and here's Fast Market and Samuel length in front of Roja and some kind of special. Hey Cookie loops up from 4th on Fast Market in front, a length and a half. Fast Market now 2. Hey Cookie down the outside. Between horses, Roja is re-engaged between runners and only a length and a half behind. Hey Cookie coming after the lead. Roja hits the front. Fast Market, late run Subtle Humor, and it's going to be Hey Cookie to win it. Second, third end up very close between Subtle Humor and Roja. 5th with Sunshine Lily. Nine, 6 and a photo. (109.69) the final time for the 6 furlong. Gives trainer Kathleen O'Connell her second winner of the first 3 races. Took the opener with King Miano. It's a dead heat for third. Subtle Humor and Roja, numbers 3 and 4, dead heat for third. 5th went to the number 7, Sunshine Lily. So 9-6, dead heat for third between 3 and 4. And number 7 was 5th. So we will have a pair of trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 payouts. Into the winner's circle goes Hey Cookie, a 3-year-old bay filly by Cajun Breeze out of Katie's Legacy, was bred in Florida by the winning owner Stonehenge LLC. Kathleen O'Connell, her second training win of the day. Hector Diaz Jr. aboard for that winning ride. Hey Cookie, your third race winner. Results are official. $43 on the win for Hey Cookie. Price is on the board now. Your exacta $104.50. Trifecta $108.95. That's with the 3. The 4, it's $286.70. Again, reminder, we will have 2 supers, 2 tries, and nobody had the high 5, so we don't have to worry about 2 of those. That'll carry over $3,468 to the upcoming 4th race. That early pick 3, $250. Daily double, $122. Today's 4th race is coming up in 32 minutes at 1:58 p.m. Today's 4th race on the turf course for the first time this afternoon. We're at 1.125 turf firm, the rail at 0 feet. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 6 Double Cosmo Girls, 2 pounds over. Today's 4th race starts a special middle pick 5, and post time is just 32 minutes away at 1:58 p.m. Fans, don't forget, with the big crowd and long lines, make sure to make your wagers early. Avoid getting shut out here on the races this afternoon.
Here with one of the elite trainers in the game, Graham Motion, who was, I think, 5 runners left on today's card. Thank you so much for joining me here at Tampa Bay Downs. Tell me, you run a lot of races here over this turf course. What is it about this turf course? Individuals like yourself, Chad Brown, Christophe Clement, you come here often to run.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's just a very fair turf course. They keep it in great condition. It has good growth on it. And horses all get a shot. You know, it's not particularly speed favoring. I think you can let a horse run its race.
All right, you in some of the big races today, you have obviously real good shots with several. Let's go to the Hillsborough race number 9 at a 1.8 on turf. That's a grade 2, $225,000 purse. You have Sparkle Blue. She won this race last year. Obviously, she has versatility. No one wanted to lead last year, so she took advantage of that. What do you expect her to do off the layoff from the rail today?
Yeah, I'm going to leave it to Georgie. You know, he's got the rail. He knows this filly very well. He rides her very well. He was aboard last year. He's ridden her in most of her last half a dozen starts, I would say. So he has a lot of confidence in her. I'm going to leave it to him. I really am.
All right, this is the horse everyone wants to know about. Because people like myself, they handicap this race. I go, what the hell do I do with Give Me Another, the South African horse? Undefeated, 7 for 7, hasn't raced in 11 months. What can you tell the bettors out there about this mare who might be favored at post time or second choice?
Yeah, I mean, she comes with a tremendous reputation. You know, Mike DeCock was nice enough to sort of set me up to train this filly over here. He thought about coming himself with her. She came to us under a new quarantine situation where she was able to go to Europe. She trained for 2 months in Europe before she came to me. So different from my other South African horses, she wasn't kept in quarantine for so long. She's done everything I've asked her to do. She's breezed with Sparkle Blue the last few times. She breezed with Beach Bomb, who won last week at Gulfstream. So classy filly, you know, it's hard to judge the form, but I think she'll handle herself well today.
What's the running style?
You know, she'll come from off of it a little bit. You know, looking at her PPs, you might think a 1.8 is a little much first time back, but actually when I spoke to Mike DeCock, he thinks this is what she wants to do, probably even a little further eventually.
So you sound fairly bullish on her. You're kind of a reserve guy, low-key, but a little bullish.
Look, she comes with a great reputation. She hasn't done anything wrong. I've kind of had my eyes on this spot. Unfortunately, the owners were supposed to be here today, and they went to get on the plane, and they had some issues, so they can't make it, which is a real shame, because they've been really looking forward to seeing her run today.
Okay, you ride for Eclipse Thoroughbreds in the Florida Oaks. That's race number 10. That's a grade 3, $200,000. You have Pretty Lavish. What were your expectations from her before she debuted here? And she won. That was Sam F. Davis Day, February 8th. She won by a neck from off the pace.
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed with her that day. I actually saw the rerun maybe on your show this morning or somewhere. What a kick she had. I tickled that Irad wanted to ride her back. That's always a good sign. You know, we didn't necessarily know what to expect. First time European. She'd only run the one time. But I thought she was very impressive the day she won here.
It's a tough race, too, right? This race came up fairly stacked, wide open, the Florida Oaks.
Yeah, very competitive race, no doubt. But it's every year it's a competitive race. It's a great race at a great time of year for this.
All right, you got one more. People want to get out in the last, the 12th and final. You got a first-time starter, Gum, in the last race. And this is a runner by Twirling Candy. I ran again at 6-1.
Yeah, she's a beautiful filly. She actually breezed with Roja, the filly I just ran in the third out of the gate last week. Two different types of filly. Roja is very quick, handled the dirt really well, which is a bit of a surprise from the pedigree. But I thought she ran well just there. She finished third. This filly's long on the grass, very attractive filly. May need a race from that post, but
because I mean the pedigree is it's obviously very strong. The dam in some win early.
Like I say, she's an attractive filly. Probably need
runner, right? Spellbind. So I mean, there's pedigree here.
First time, but I was very impressed with how Roja just ran. So
my wife yelling to me that the damn Spellbind a half to Street Sense.
Yeah, it's strong pedigree.
I should have mentioned.
Very attractive filly too. You'll see in the paddock.
Graham, thanks for the time. Always appreciate. Good seeing you again. It's been a while, and best of luck today.
Love being here. It's a great day today.
Graham Motion with 5 horses throughout the card, and pretty loaded in the graded stakes races that we have later on today at Tampa Bay Downs.
That was an awesome interview with Graham H. Motion.
Yeah, I mean, he's been such a good trainer for such a long period of time, and he's one of the elite trainers, especially one of the elite grass trainers that we have, and he's obviously a well-spoken, smart, articulate guy, so he's always a great interview.
I'm so looking forward to seeing Give Me Another.
I am too. I love these wild card horses that come in with these, big time resumes, undefeated, 7 for 7, and again, he, as I mentioned,
champion.
He's kind of a low key guy. He's not a guy. We're gonna win. But I mean,
I thought he was pretty
feel
bullish
it that
on her
he's
too,
that he's fairly excited about her chances later on.
Well, we'll talk about that race later. Right now, we're race 4, and this is going to start another pick 5. We've got an allowance for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races. They're going to be going 9 furlongs on the turf. I think the move to grass is really interesting for the number 4, Pride's Crossing, who's making a first start for Chad Brown. She debuted for Paulo Lobo at Churchill back last spring. What a main special weight there by, going 7 furlongs. She won it by 4 3/4 lengths, and she did it with utter ease. She then went to the bench, didn't return until this January for Will Walden, protected, but in an optional 45 N1X. Did not have a great start from the blocks that afternoon. There were other issues. She ended up running 6 feet and 4 3/4 lengths, but that was a salty group, as you like to say. 4 of the next out runners ran in the money. There were 2 next out winners. The winner herself, Bernie Takes Charge, put up a 97 buyer figure, scoring the Heavenly Prize Stakes. The 5th placed Fade to Grade ran back at the level and scored, earning an 84 buyer for Todd Pletcher. Now, as for the move to grass, I mean, the main point here from a pedigree perspective is that she's out of a Galileo mare. So let's see what she does. Getting on the green, you got Flavian Pratt aboard. So that is my top pick. What about you?
By the way, real quickly, that 3rd race, how about Hey Cookie winning at 20-1,
I know.
scratching out of a
That was
maiden
amazing.
claiming event yesterday. I talked to the owner right before the race, and he talked to the owners. They're always, everyone loves their horses, right? But he seemed, we scratched yesterday. We want to run the maiden special. We think we belong.
They sure did.
And runs down Fast Market to win, and our first big upset doesn't take long at Tampa in race number 3. I went with the 3-horse Alamara. Maybe I'll search for my phone to try to get the odds.
She's my 3rd pick, Alamara.
So, she hasn't raced in a year.
Got suggested in the mix.
But it's Chad Brown. I mean, she won by a neck in her U.S. She already won at Tampa. She won that race off the lap. So she's run well fresh. She's run well over this turf course. And the horse she beat in that maiden special event won the Grade 2 Wonder again.
Yep.
In the next start.
Sugesta.
And then ran second in the Belmont Oaks. That's a Grade 1.
Yep.
So, I mean, that really flattered her, I thought, beating her by a neck. So I put her on top in this race. I wish she fled the scene, the 1 and 2nd.
Okay.
She always runs second. I mean, she's been second 18 times. 18 silver medals from 61 starts. Just 6 wins, but I'm not picking her to win. I'm picking her to run second. 12 thirds. Half of her starts, she's second or third. Her last 2 races, second and second at 29-1 and 9-1, and just ran a good second, I thought, at this distance for who? Arno Dauber, who,
two yesterday.
If you downloaded the races yesterday, you don't see it updated. I'm looking
there
at
was a
3
Dauber
wins.
double.
A Dauber double yesterday. So it won 2 races yesterday. So the barn's doing very well. So I put the 9-year-old in second. And then in third, fundamentally, we'll see about the distance for the filly by Liam's Map, who was a great miler, could stretch out to a 1 1/8. This is a filly that just won at a mile, breaking her maiden. I like the way she did it, though. She made kind of she set out the pace, and she made a nice move into a pace that was decent. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th place finishers in that race, they were 8th, 5th, 6th, and 10th, respectively, at the half-mile pole.
All right.
So she put away their speed. So I put her 3rd, Dylan Davis, an outstanding rider and an elite grass rider, in my opinion. So 3-1-10
for you.
For me, I am stalling right now just to get the odds on my top selection.
Oh, it's because you don't want me to give my other 2 picks.
4-1 right now in Alamara.
Okay,
you have
great.
the floor.
Well, Alamara is my 3rd pick. You already went over why. I mean, you talked about Sugesta, who, as you mentioned, and won the Wonder again.
Yep.
And that was ahead of nearly wiring the field in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational.
Yep.
That race, the Belmont Oaks Invitational, Cinderella's Dream won by 3/4 of a length. And in third, you know who was in there? The multiple Grade 1 winner, the super talented She Feels Pretty.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, the fact that this horse had run against Sugesta is so, impressively, right? But as far as my 2nd pick, That's going to be the number 7, Navarra, for Brendan Walsh. You get Irad Ortiz aboard. This gal's coming in off a runner-up performance. She was just 3/4 of a length beaten in against an allowance field. The winner there was Not in a Million Years, who was favored that day for Brown and Pratt. She was in that race off a close 5th-place finish in the Miss Liberty Stakes. But yeah, Navarra, she came close after going wide, and certainly worthy of mention was that she was in that same maiden special weight back in March of last year with the other Brown entrant, again, Alamara. So if you like her because of the whole Suggested angle, then you should like Navarra as well, I think. So my top 3, 4, 7, 3 in race 4, which again starts our next pick 5.
Fans, don't forget, as part of the Derby Day festivities, we have our 50-50 raffle going on. Our friends at Run for the Ribbons have a booth set up near the paddock double doors. You can get signed up for that 50-50 contest. Again, Run for the Ribbons are Thoroughbred Aftercare partners here at Tampa Bay Downs. And that 50-50 raffle will be drawn after the Tampa Bay Derby later on, but you can get your tickets down near the paddock at the Run for the Ribbons table. Attention Tampa Bay Downs patrons, paging Vincent Laredo. Please report to Tampa Bay Downs security on the first floor. Vincent Laredo, please report to Tampa Bay Downs security on floor 1. Again, paging for Vincent Laredo. Head to Tampa Bay Downs security on floor 1. On to the track, post-parade for today's 4th race. Race 4 starts another pick 5. That pool getting set to jump over $100,000. Field of 10 on the turf for the first time this afternoon. The turf is firm, the rail at 0 feet. This is an allowance event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 1 1/8 on that Tampa turf. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 6, Double Cosmo Girls, 2 pounds over. Race 4 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $3,468, and we start the middle pick five, special middle pick five. Again, that pool already over $95,000. You still got 9 minutes to post time, 9 minutes. Five minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's fourth race. The horses onto the turf course. They are starting the long walk up the chute to the 1:08 starting point. We're just 2 minutes from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's fourth race started that special middle pick 5, just 1 minute away. That pool now over $184,000. Still got 1 minute to post. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth race. Started that middle pick 5. That pool's just about to jump over $200,000. In fact, it now has. 9-5 post time favorite here. Number 4, Pride's Crossing. Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown. Alamara at 7-2. 5-2 second choice Novara out in post 7. Here she fled the scene. Adamar Santos for Arno Dauber. Arno had a training double yesterday. Double Cosmo Girls gone in. Here's Dreaming of Abba. And Novara to gate 7. The Godolphin Royal Blue. Next up, Alamara, Tyler Gaffleone. Upper sleeve has gone in. Here's Pride's Crossing in the OXO red colors. Winning on runway lights, True Myth, and Fundamentally will be all set for a start for this middle pick 5. Here on Festival Day, stakes action starts up next with the Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes. Fundamentally, Dylan Davis to the outside. Fundamentally coming up, and she goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Dream of Abba got away to a pretty good start. Runway Lights is set hard for early speed, and those two hook up right from the opening bell. Double Cosmo Girls away quickly, fundamentally from the extreme outside, is trying to work over, but it's Runway Lights. Sammy Camacho wants the lead and has got it just in front of fundamentally as they bend into the stretch for the first time. Dreaming of Abba going to settle down third. Then comes Double Cosmo Girl, the bright yellow silks racing fourth, about 3.5 off the pace. Another length back to up her sleeve. Alamara stays down toward the fence with Pride's Crossing right to her outside, racing along seventh. Novara's back eighth. Then comes She Fled the Scene and True Myth, the early trailer. As fundamentally moves up alongside now of Runway Lights. 24-2 the opening quarter mile. It's pretty modest tempo out there. Runway Lights 3/4 of a length in front of fundamentally. Dreaming of Abba stays toward the inside, 2 lengths off the leader in third. Another 2 back to Double Cosmo Girl, who races alone in fourth. Alamara, Pride's Crossing, 2 of the favorites. They're fifth and sixth. Pride's Crossing now starting to inch closer in those red colors. Then comes Novara, who moves up in traffic between horses, up her sleeve right to that one's outside. It's another length then back to She Fled the Scene, and still True Myth trails. 3.5 furlongs from the money after a 49-4 opening half mile. Long shot Runway Lights fundamentally under a good hold on the outside is still a clear second. Dreaming of Abba third, Double Cosmo Girl. Alamara's down toward the inside, is racing fifth right now along with Novara and Pride's Crossing. So the 3 favorites are all right next to each other. Fifth, sixth, and seventh. Novara trying to get the jump on them, going to move to the outside. Pride's Crossing going to move to the extreme outside. Meanwhile up front, Fundamentally's grabbed the lead. Fundamentally tries to kick for home past the 3/16 pole in front by almost 2. Dreaming of Abba, Novara wheels out wide for the drive with Pride's Crossing. Alamara going to try to split runners. Fundamentally still in front. Fundamentally by 2. Dreaming of Abba. Alamara trying to come through down on the inside with Novara. It's fundamentally still there. Dreaming of Abba running a big one, but fundamentally going to get the win here. Fundamentally got it by 3/4 of a length. Dreaming of Abba. Then came Alamara, Novara. They photoed third and fourth. Pride's Crossing was fifth. (10-2) and a photo. 10-2 and a photo. (149.06) the final time. (10-2), 3, 7, and 4. 8-1 winner fundamentally. $19 on the win for fundamentally. Results are now official. Fundamentally, your fourth race winner, a 4-year-old Grey Roan filly by Liam's Map out of Imprint. It's bred in Kentucky by St. Simon Place LLC. Sonata Stable are the winning owners. Jose D'Angelo, the winning trainer. Dylan Davis aboard for the winning ride as Fundamentally scores here in today's fourth event. Results again official. Price is on the board. The exact of $59. Trifecta $135.05. Daily double $269.60. At pick three $850.10. And the high five $2,159.30. Stakes racing starts now, 22 minutes away from the 34th running of the Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes, a Grade 3 event at a mile and a 16th. 4-year-olds and up at the main track, mile and a 16th distance. 4 scratches in here. Scratch 1, 2, 5, and 7. 1, 2, 5, and 7. With those scratches, no superfecta, super high five, or show wagering. Post time for today's fifth, the Challenger, which starts another pick 4 coming up in 21 minutes.
Okay, race 5 is going to start our next pick 4, and it is with the Michelob Ultra Challenger Grade 3 event for 4-year-olds and up, set at 1 mile and a 16th on the dirt. We've got our Challenger champ, our 2-time Challenger champ, the number 8 in here, Skippy Longstocking, looking to three-peat. I think he does it. This is following a Shoto finish in the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup. Which was a first off the layoff for the Safi Joseph trainee. He had a wide draw, but got up and tucked back a few lengths off a hot pace, kicked on gallantly as they sped up, heading around the turn for home. Stablemate White Barrio drew off to a 6.5 length score, what you gonna do? But I thought Skippy, he was still gallant there in defeat, just got passed late by Locke to miss second by a neck, and Locke went on to win the big cap by 8.5 lengths, put up a 109 Beyer figure. We also saw the 6th place Steel Sunshine next run second, beaten just a length and a quarter by Mindframe in the Grade 2 Gulf Dream Park Mile, 94 Beyer. Skippy obviously digs it here. He's got dimension, speed, butt, rateability, and Tyler Gaffleone, or as Gaffleone, as I like to say, he knows his horse so well. So again, I think he three-peats.
This race is always really loaded. I mean, it's unfortunate there are some scratches here, and
yeah, we're down to 5 horses.
Yeah, a lot of the pace is scratched. I mean, you're going to get some speed from Life is Precious out of the sprint races from the rail. Horse is scratched. Who else scratched? The 5, Patriot Spirit. This is a horse that nearly went wire to wire at Oaklawn in his last start in the 5th season. That was a really good second-place effort, but he scratched from this race. And you have Bendug, the 7 horse, who off of a layoff, another horse that has some speed. So, 3 horses that all have some speed scratched in this race. It definitely helps Most Wanted, the 6 in this race. I think more than anybody else in this field.
He's only lost once in his life, and that was to Rattle and Roll.
By the way, it's off the top of my head. I should have looked this up. But, I mean, this race, some of the horses who've been in this race, I mean, Cody's Wish didn't win this race a few years ago. I mean, that shows you how difficult this race has been.
2-time dirt mile winner, Cody's Wish.
The great milers we've had ever.
Yeah, horse of the year.
On dirt, that is. Most Wanted, you mentioned, won the first 4 starts of his career, and then you lose to Rattle and Roll, who's a very good Kenny McPeak horse who's made over $2.3 million, won a Grade 3 in Saudi in his next start, I think, in the latter part of January. I picked Skippy as well. He loves this track, as you've mentioned. Both wins in the Challenger. And you talked about the Pegasus, and there's nothing. I mean, he's been 6.5 lengths under 100 to give you an idea of what the top 2 did. I mean, White Barrio is the best horse we have in the handicap division, and Locke might be the 2nd best horse we have in the handicap division. So as of right now, that could obviously change. He probably needed that race a little bit. He's come back with 3 really nice half-mile drills. And the beautiful thing about Skippy Longstocking and Safi Joseph, you have an elite trainer, and you have a guy who basically is at least nominated for an Eclipse Award now almost every year, and Tyler Gaffleone. They know the horse they have to beat is Most Wanted. Tyler knows that. So this is a horse, Skippy, who, if the pace is hot, he can sit back. The pace is not warm. He can stay somewhat close, and the horse they have to beat is a horse who has speed. So look for Skippy Longstocking to be closer to the pace than he's been in his last couple of starts, resemble the Skippy that we saw maybe in the Woodward, the Charlestown Classic, races like that, 3 and 4 starts back.
Well, it's going to be an exciting race, short but really impactful, potent field here. Where else did you go? If you think there could potentially be any kind of upset, even if it's for the 2nd placing?
Yeah, if there's any pace at all, I mean, Instant Coffee is a horse that has the back class, as we like to say. I mean, he only has won 3 times, but he's made how much money? $530,000, because this is a horse that won the Kentucky Jockey Club. As a 2-year-old, and then won the LeCompte in his first start as a 3-year-old back in 2023. Then was favored in the Louisiana Derby and lost to Kings Barnes. There was no pace in that race. He hasn't won a race since the LeCompte, but he is coming out of some really good races. If he gets pace, he could be dangerous. He's got no pace in his last couple of starts. He lost to Little Vic for our friend Victor Martinez and Victoria's Ranch at Gulfstream in the Fred Hooper. There was no pace in that race. So, Little Vic went right to the lead, and Instant Coffee is a dead closer who needs pace. He might not get enough pace here. If for some reason there's more pace than we expect, Instant Coffee is a horse that maybe could pull the upset in this race.
Chad. He's in a good mood, and he's hanging out with a guy who looks just like Al Pacino, like vintage Al Pacino.
Chad Brown or Chad Summers?
Oh, Chad Summers.
Oh, Chad Summers. Okay.
Yeah.
He's hanging out with Al Pacino, is that what you said?
Well, the gentleman could be
a dead ringer.
Yes.
Okay. Just a little foreshadowing. I like Chad Summers in one of our big races we have later on today, maybe our biggest.
All right. Well, okay. I'm on Skippy. You're on Skippy. We're both going Most Wanted, I guess, for 2nd here because we're just logical.
Yep.
Right here in the Michelob Ultra Grade 3 Challenger Stakes. We'll see if Skippy can get it done 3 times in a row.
The horse is onto the track post-sprinting for today's fifth race, the 34th running of the Grade 3 Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes. $125,000 guaranteed for 4-year-olds and up at a mile and a 16th on the fast main track. Presenting the field for the Challenger, scratch 1 and 2. Number 3 is Instant Coffee, owned by Gold Square LLC. Chad Summers is the trainer, Dylan Davis the jockey. Number 4 is El Principito. Winning Stables and Todd Bittiger are the owners. Gerald Bennett the trainer, Sammy Camacho on board. Scratch the 5. Number 6 is Most Wanted. Mary and Gary West are the owners. Brad Cox trains. Florent Giroux rides. Scratch the 7. Completing the field is number 8 Skippy Longstocking. Daniel Alonso owns. Safi Joseph Jr. trains. And Tyler Gaffleone is aboard. Post time for today's fifth start of a pick 4. It's the 34th running of the Grade 3 Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes in just 3 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's fifth race, the 34th running of the Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fifth race, the Grade 3 Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes. 34th running of this race. Scratched down to a field of 4. Your favorite number 8, Skippy Longstocking at 3-5. 6-5 on the number 6, Most Wanted. Here's Instant Coffee, who right now is your 7-1 third choice. Instant Coffee coming up. Dylan Davis looking for a race-to-race double. El Principito's got in. Most Wanted, Skippy Longstocking. Skippy Longstocking, your 2-time defending champion of this race. Here comes Skippy Longstocking. Tyler Gaffleo to the outside. They're in the gate. And the race is on, the Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes. Skippy Longstocking hopped just a touch at the start, came away toward the back. It's going to be Most Wanted to take the initiative and goes right to the early lead. El Principito out in second. Skippy Longstocking trying to get a little bit closer now to Most Wanted as they run toward that first turn. It's about 4 more lengths back to Instant Coffee as Most Wanted, Skippy Longstocking, now coming up to put ahead into that second spot. El Principito, the long shot, is racing third in between those two. Just now a length and a half behind Most Wanted. It's 4 more back to Instant Coffee as they go through that first quarter mile. And up on the front end, Most Wanted. Skippy Longstocking, not going to let that one get away. 23-4, the opening quarter mile time. They start their backstretch journey here, and it's Most Wanted a half length in front of Skippy Longstocking in the second position. El Principito now 2 lengths back in third, still 2.5 more to Instant Coffee, who is fourth. 4.5 furlongs remaining in the Grade 3 Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes here at Tampa Bay Downs. They got the opening half in 47 3/5 seconds. Most Wanted, Skippy Longstocking. The bettors had this as a 2-horse race. It's been pretty much that thus far. They go into the far turn. Most Wanted, Skippy Longstocking within a neck now on the outside as they go past the 3/8. They're 4 lengths in front of Instant Coffee and El Principito. Those two are paired up now 5 lengths behind the top 2. Most Wanted, Skippy Longstocking. They turn up the volume past the quarter pole. Most Wanted on the inside and Skippy Longstocking on the outside. These two to the top of the stretch pretty much is one. They're 6 lengths clear of the rest. Skippy Longstocking floats out just a touch. Most Wanted digs in down at the inside. A final furlong left to go. Skippy Longstocking on the outside. Most Wanted on the inside. Skippy Longstocking looks to be just in front. Most Wanted battling bravely toward the inside. It's Skippy Longstocking. Makes his annual visit to Oldsmar. Another winning one. Takes the challenger by length. Most Wanted was valiant but second best. They were about 17 clear of Instant Coffee and El Principito, who were third and fourth. .141.20 would be a stakes and track record. Breaks the old record set in this race by Stanford back in 2017. Skippy Longstocking lowering that mark over what has not been the fastest track this week. So a big effort here from Skippy Longstocking. Track and stakes record here in the Michelob Ultra Challenger. Eight, 6, 3, 4. Results are official. Skippy Longstocking returns 320 for the win. Now a three-time defending champion here in the Challenger. Skippy Longstocking. It's going to put him over $3.4 million in career earnings. And it's career win number 10 from 30 starts. Skippy Longstocking, a 6-year-old bay horse by Exaggerator out of Twinkling, was bred in Kentucky by Brushy Hill LLC. Daniel Alonso, the winning owner. Saffie Joseph Jr., the winning trainer. Tyler Gaffalione aboard for the winning score. Skippy Longstocking, a third consecutive win in the Michelob Ultra Challenger. Prices on the board. That early pick 5, $4,331.30. The early pick 4, $1,493.60. Daily double $17.80. The pick 3, $310.80. Today's sixth race is up next. The thoroughbred After Care Alliance Purse. Race number 6 starts the Ultimate 6. $14,172 in the jackpot carryover. It's 22 minutes away. Scratch the also eligible runners. 13 and 14. 13 and 14 are scratched. Full field of 12 set to go 7 furlongs. The maiden special weight event post time for the 6th in 22 minutes. Coming up in the winner's circle will be the presentation for the Michelob Ultra Challenger. And we're happy to welcome from Michelob Ultra, Keegan Powers, Mark Vester, Kelly Vester, and Matt Schultz. They'll be presenting the trophy to the winning connections of Skippy Longstocking, again, the trophy presentation from our friends at Michelob Ultra, Keegan Powers, Mark Vester, Kelly Vester, and Matt Schultz presenting to winning owners, trainer Saffie Joseph Jr., jockey Tyler Gaffalione, Skippy Longstocking, a 3-time Race 6 up next in 20 minutes.
Well, straight off the saddle of Skippy Longstocking, who has three-peated in the Michelob Ultra Challenger Stakes, Tyler Gaffalione. Oh my gosh, what does that feel like? I mean, that's a silly question. It feels awesome, right? But still, to have a horse of this caliber who just keeps coming back year after year at this level.
You know, like you said, he's as consistent as they come. He's a pleasure to be around. He knows his job and he does it well. He's just so glad to be part of the team.
So I'll just say 41-1. I think it's a track record.
Yeah.
You just said, first of all, how fun is it to compete in a race like this? Because most wanted it was really, really good in defeat. That was a pretty good stretch battle, wasn't it?
It really was. You know, I knew he was going to be a challenge, but I had a lot of confidence in my horse and the way that he ran last time, and coming into this race, he's been firing on all cylinders. So the main thing was just to get him comfortable and make sure he was in range to get the job done.
Is he better now than he was last year, you think?
I would have to think so. You know, I really thought this was a great race coming off the Pegasus World Cup. I thought he ran a lights-out race that day, and it seems like he's just really full of himself. I'm excited for the future.
Well, I'm excited about the future of this card specifically. You've got a lot of great live mounts today, but let's look straight ahead to the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby. 50 points to the winner toward the Kentucky Derby in that race. You're riding my top pick. No pressure. Talking about Hill Road, 1 of 2 entered for Chad Brown. What do you know about this horse? Have you been on him yet in the morning? Anything?
I haven't been on him in the mornings, but I've been talking with Chad. He's said the horse is coming in the race in great form. His last few horses, he's really turned the corner. You know, looking back on his form, he ran down the grass the first 2 times and then tried dirt for the first time in the Breeders' Cup. Ran a lights-out race that day. He's only one closing, and the form from that race holds up pretty well. So we're really excited.
In the juvenile, he was really far back. I mean, does he have the ability? Obviously, he's not going to be on the lead. Does he have the ability to be closer, you think, than he was in the juvenile, his last start?
You know, I would have to think so. It looked like he was kind of reacting to the kickback that day. Chad threw a set of blinkers on him, so that should help us put him in the game a little bit more. And, you know, horses come around with maturity, and it seems like he's taking that nice step forward.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing how the rest of this card plays out. Thank you for stopping by our little set here to give us the feedback on Skippy Longstocking, and congratulations.
Thank you
Best
so
of luck
much.
moving forward, Tyler.
Thank you, everybody. Tyler Gaffalione, I'm just such a fan. He's got one of the best smiles in racing.
He does it. It's always on.
I know. Well, I would be smiling too if I'm as good as he is.
I know, but he's so accessible to the fans,
Yeah.
and people stop him and photos and autographs and stuff. He's great.
Absolutely. Now, as far as the racing goes, we've got race 6 coming up. This is a main special weight for 3-year-olds set at 7 furlongs on the main track.
Great race.
Absolutely. I'm going to go with the number 6 in here. That is Playa Del Mar in for Bill Mott. There's some eye-catching drills on the tab. Debuts with Lasix and has a pedigree that impresses, and you'd expect that. This is a Godolphin homebred.
Yep.
He's by Into Mischief out of Florida Lamar by Tisnow. She won her debut at Santa Anita by 5 lengths. She later ran second to Bellafina in the Santa Anita Oaks of 2019. She later won the Beverly J. Lewis. The Granny, Grade 3 winner, multiple Grade 2 place, Sacristy by Pulpit, and the family includes Grade 1 winners Purge, Jersey Girl, and some other big names like Valid Wager. So that is my top pick. I'm just going to go on right now before I throw the ball to you. The 12 Accelerise. Now, this horse is owned in partnership between Spendthrift and Rapoli. It was a $400,000 yearling by Omaha Beach, who stands at Spendthrift for $35,000, okay? Now, Triple Crown nominated. You got Anthony Sciametta listed as the trainer. He's an assistant trainer for Todd Pletcher. Really nice pedigree. Looks like it could go any surface. Omaha Beach, he was good on the turf, but a multiple grade winner on dirt. The mom, Emotion, she won in start 3. She picked up graded stakes placings later in the Honeybee, the Fantasy, the Fleur de Lis, won the Zia Park Oaks. And this is the family of Shaninko, Splendor, Sapphire and Silk, shared account and sharing. So there's lots of black type, but there's also a lot of turf influence. So I don't know. We'll see what happens there. And then I'm going to complete my top 3 at the number 5. That is Night Agent. He is making career start 2 for Shug McGahee. Debuted going 8.5 on the turf. Didn't show much after getting bumped out of the gate that afternoon, but I do like the move to the dirt for him. He is a son of Ghost Zapper. I know you can get any type with Ghost Zapper. Shug McGahee trained the mom that's power moved by More Than Ready. She won her debut going 6 furlongs at Belmont, and then she was second in the Tempted Stakes at Aqueduct. And the great granny is actually Millionaire and Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Pleasant Home. And this family also
it was
includes
25 to 1, I think.
Yeah, well,
sure. And won by a mile.
Yes.
Too.
And this family also includes another Grade 1 winning millionaire in Guarana. She's a daughter of Ghost Zapper. She won the Acorn. She won the Coaching Club American Oaks. And so, yeah, I think that pedigree is lit.
Those are
So
pedigrees.
I'm 6-12-5 in this race. Where did you go?
I'm a little surprised the two's favored right now. Moment's notice. Not that she can't win. It's just he's one of those horses that people like to bet. He was the beaten favorite in the second start of his career. He was the beaten favorite in the third start of his career. He wasn't really close to winning those races. Beaten 4 1/4 lengths, beaten 5 1/4 lengths, and then as a 2-1 second choice, he was fourth, beaten 2 1/4 lengths. This race is, as I mentioned before, this race is absolutely loaded. I'm going to look for a horse that has an experience edge over these well-bred first-time starters. I like a horse I think's a price right now. It better be. 9-1 on Bohemian Style, the 10.
Okay.
So this horse comes back January 25th. Hadn't raced in September 28th. So that is 4 months. 4-month layoff. 15-1 in a very tough maiden special event. Lost to a horse named Gramond, who went gate to wire in 1:17 over a track that was not that fast, I didn't think, here at Tampa. Gramond, out of that race, ran third in the Gotham.
Okay, well, there you go.
With a big figure. So I like the race he's coming out of. And an angle I like is Michael Yates is an outstanding trainer. He's always been very good with young horses, lightly raced horses. Look for Michael Yates with first-time starters. And he has all these Cajun breezes. He has all of them. And when trainers that are doing really well, and he's 5 for 18 at this meeting, making an equipment change, I always take notice. So now second off the layoff, running third in that really strong race that I think from the 25th of January, he puts blinkers on. So it's an equipment change here. And when you see an equipment change and then you see a bullet drill, that means he tried blinkers in the morning, and in all likelihood, and it obviously he likely saw in the morning, the horse works 47-4, quickest to 43. That's an angle that I like. So I put Bohemian Style on top. I put
Riders up.
Oh, Riders up.
Real quick.
10-6-3.
All right, I am 6-12-5 here in race 6, and we'll check you back here for race 7.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's 6th race, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Purse. Maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds. They'll be at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Full field of 12 here. Scratch the also eligible runners, 13 and 14. 13 and 14 are scratched. Race 6 offers daily double, exact, trifecta, superfecta, and pick-through wagering. We start the ultimate 6 here. 14,172 in the jackpot carryover. The current pool, 69,000 plus. Reminder, you have to be the sole winning ticket to take home the jackpot. It starts here in today's 6th race, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Purse. 5 minutes to post time. 2 minutes to post time. Today's sixth race, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Purse, just 2 minutes away. The horses are now approaching the starting gate, making their way up the 7 furlong chute. We're just 1 minute away. Race 6, the ultimate 6 in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's sixth race, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Purse. Field of 12 set to go the 7 furlongs here. 5-2 slight favorite. Number 2, Moment's Notice. 3-1 on the outside, Accelerize. And 9-2 on the number 3, Wise Up. Those are your top 3 in the wagering. Battle Anthem has gone in. Here is Moment's Notice in the West Point colors. Madcap, big long shot, 99-1 up to gate 8. Here's Wise Up, one of 4 first-time starters, numbers 3, 6, 11, and 12, all making their debut. Wise Up going in. Bohemian Style to gate 10. Field is now just about 2/3 of the way in. Bridoza comes in. Night Agent, what a steal. They're going to be the next 2. The final pair will be Playa Del Mar and Accelerize will be all set for a start. The ultimate 6 here, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Purse on Festival Day. Don't forget that late pick 5 starts up next in race 7. It will end in the Tampa Bay Derby. Accelerize, Irad Ortiz Jr. on the outside in the Rapoli colors. Accelerize coming up. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Accelerize set for speed from that outside gate. Night Agent is coming up from out of the pack. Playa Del Mar is right there in the early mix as well, as is El Rabano. But Accelerize trying to cross all the way over from that outside draw. Got over to about the 2 path there. Is Night Agent going to try to hold that rail position? What a steal from the outside is right in that second flight, as is El Rabano Bohemian Style back running along in 5th. It's about a length and a half more. Back to Bridoza in the purple colors. The gray is 6th. After that, Playa Del Mar, who broke sharply. Moment's Notice starts to move around that one. Then comes First Act. It's about a space of 5 more back to Battle Anthem. Wise Up is back at the back along with Madcap. Got to be about 14 or 15 lengths behind with 3.5 furlongs to go. Accelerize makes the lead. 21-4, the opening quarter mile. Accelerize to the far turn. A length in front of El Rabano. Moment's Notice with a big 4 or 5 wide sweep. Trying to go with that one is Bohemian Style as they wind around the turn. 45 seconds was the opening half. Accelerize still in front. Moment's Notice made that big move. Is just a neck back in second. They're a length and a half in front of Bohemian Style. Night Agent stays toward the inside from 4. 2 more. Back to Bridoza and El Rabano. Accelerize into the stretch, trying to see it out. Accelerate to the the 8th pole. In front now by 2. Moments Notice back in second. 2 more than the Night Agent. Down the outside is Bohemian Style. Accelerize is pulling away, though. Accelerize, a fast debut here. Accelerize going to win geared down. Accelerize by about 9 in the end. Moments Notice was second. Playa Del Mar got going for third. Then came Night Agent and Bridoza. Final time there, 121.20. Accelerize, 121.20. Very fast time for that debut win. (12, 2, 6, 5, and 4). Unofficial order posted 12, 2, 6, 5, 4. Results are official, $9 on the win. Here's Accelerize to the winner's circle. 3-year-old dark bear brown colt by Omaha Beach out of Motion to Motion was bred in Kentucky by Spendthrift Farm, LLC. Spendthrift Farm and Rapoli Stable, the winning owners. Anthony Scametta Jr., the winning trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the winning ride. A gate-to-wire score here. Impressive debut for Accelerize, winner of today's 6th race, the thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Purse. Price is on the board. That pick 4, $2,021.40. High 5, $2,133. 12-2 exact to 1640. Race number 7's up next. Today's 7th race starts the late pick 5. It's the 19th running of the Columbia Stakes, $125,000 guaranteed on turf. Scratch number 2, Tapper's Valor. Scratch the 7 Versus. Scratch 2 and 7. Number 5 is plus 1 pound. Field of 7 in the Columbia will start the late pick 5 in 28 minutes. Pleased to welcome our featured group for this 6th race, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. Our 6th race sponsors as they are joined in the winner's circle along with the winning connections. Yeah, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. joining members of the TAA, our featured group for today's 6th race.
What an exciting day. The action is nonstop, and right here, ready to get Dream On, seeing if he can make a big win a reality in the Columbia Stakes, is Mark Casse, dual Hall of Famer Mark Casse. Thanks for coming out to Tampa.
Oh, I love it. This is one of my favorite places to be.
Well, your training facility is right over in Ocala, right? So
About an hour and a half away. So it's convenient. And as I say, it's always nice to be at Tampa. Um, we've run a lot of good horses over the years here. And we're always here trying.
that's for sure.
How was traffic getting here? Because I remember a couple of years ago, you kind of were running in, traffic was bad, you were kind of frazzled. You seem much more relaxed this year.
Me? Frazzled?
No.
Well,
You have the wrong person.
Yeah, let's talk.
it wasn't Mark.
No, let's talk about what's right and factual, and talking about the fact that Dream On is a legit horse. I mean, that performance he put on in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, I thought was so game. I mean, to come up to nearly wire, to come up just what was it, 2.5 lengths shy there in the end. Henri Matisse, the winner that day, really impressive. And I mean, the Summer Stakes, the only two horses who could beat him were two Europeans who were very well meant in there, New Century and Alcudra. But Dream On, he comes back, wins in that first start as a 3-year-old. It just looks poised to keep moving forward.
Well, that's what we're hoping. I thought going into the Breeders' Cup, I thought Dream On was probably our best shot to win the Breeders' Cup.
I bet him, by the way, Mark. I did.
Yeah.
I bet he ran great.
Ran well. I expected him to run well. I don't know. Maybe a few horses won on the lead that weekend at Del Mar, but it was kind of tough to wire.
On the turf course Friday, it was 5 races, 3 dead closers, 2 stalkers.
So that was maybe against him a little. And I mean,
I agree.
They are the best horses in the world he ran against. So I thought he ran well. He came back. We prepped him, and he won a nice allowance race. And this has always been our target.
Did you teach him to rate in that race? Was that an intentional thing to have him sit off the pace a little bit?
Well, I did tell, I think Javier rode him, and I said, at some point this horse needs to relax. Because going forward, you always hate to have a horse you got to be on the lead. There's always somebody bigger and faster than you.
More options.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, we did try to.
All right, in the Florida Oaks, looking ahead, you got like a fan favorite, Nitrogen. You also have Smudge. They're both, like Dream On, owned by DJ Stable. Got to go shout out to the Greens, of course. Right on, representing. And, Nitrogen, I mean, the Phillies especially this year, I just feel have been like, well, here's Len Green right now. Len Green of DJ Stable. Oh my gosh, the ownership right here. Len, how are you doing?
Let me tell you more about Dream On. I picked him. He's done a great job. Fantastic.
It's a lot of fun working with this team, of course.
He gives me a tough time all the time, but that's okay. I love him.
Well, I love it, and I love the story about Smudge in particular. You picked her up. She really was endearing to you. I've heard that, you're very, of course, analytical when you're at the sales. You're looking for specific things. But there was just kind of a cuddle moment you couldn't resist.
Yeah, I cuddled her, and she put a note. She swiped her nose on my shirt, and I told everybody, I said, look at the smudge. And that's how she got her name.
Well, I love it. So what do you feel about the Florida Oaks in terms of these two really talented fillies?
Well, I thought the Breeders' Cup Nitrogen ran outstanding. I thought her last race coming back and winning the Stake of Gulfstream, I didn't think she could win where she was, and she came running. So we're expecting her to run well. Smudge still is learning, and we'll see where how it plays out for her.
All right, let's talk about the big race. The Lamp. Yeah, Brodeur in the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby, our feature mile and 16, 50 points to the winner. You must obviously, off of a optional 200 race at Oaklawn, obviously you must like this horse quite a bit. This is a big step up in class. How do you think he'll perform stepping up against some very good horses in a graded stakes race here?
Well, we don't know where he sits. Obviously, he's won his 2 races. One of the reasons he's here is because we have another little horse called Sandman that we didn't want to run the 2 together, so we looked and we thought this race set up nice for him. We're going to find out how he compares to the big boys.
He likes an off track. His debut was on a fast track. Didn't have the greatest trip. The fast track, is that a concern at all for you, having seen him in the morning or not, even though he's been?
No. Horse is a horse. A good horse is a good horse on any track.
Yeah.
We liked him. To answer your question, we liked him a lot. Um, we were expecting big races, so I don't think it's the slop.
And we would be remiss. How is Sandman doing?
He's doing super.
I mean, it's nice to have an embarrassment of riches, right? You got so many talented horses. This team has
Thanks to this guy right here.
And a mile and a quarter right up his alley, potentially.
I would say so, yes.
And how are you feeling today? We don't have John Green here.
We don't have John Green, so it's a big handicap, supposedly, right? But who do you think taught John Green everything?
Right here, you have to have the sire. You got to have the sire power. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
I'm crashing the winner's circle photo if you win.
See you, Mr. Green.
Oh my gosh, what a great team. And we'll be right back with selections. All right, race 7 is going to kick off our late pick 5. It is the Columbia Stakes for 3-year-olds set at a mile on the turf. As we were discussing, the number 9, Dream On, in for Mark Cassidy, we just spoke with. And, hey, I think we're both on this horse.
Yeah, you know, he rated, as Mark said in his last start, January 11th, was a perfect prep for this race. I think drawn to the outside will help him do the same thing here. Rating, he's getting better each and every start. He was lights out in the juvenile turf. So we both like Dream On right now. Cassie, DJ Staple, Irad Ortiz. Second star off the layoff.
Now, the number 4, Reagan's Wit, named for Reagan Gordo, whose birthday was yesterday. So
happy belated
very
birthday.
happy birthday to Reagan. I believe it was her 14th birthday.
Yeah, that's amazing. I remember her when she was like 7. Yeah,
you know what? She has everything it takes to outshine her dad and Cherie. Like, she's learning all the ropes. She's going to, like, be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, nobody picks out a horse better than David Gordo, and she's kind of learned from him and has kind of carried that on a little bit. Likes going to the sales. Cherie's been terrific again this year.
And Reagan's Wit, big chance in her second choice for me.
I mean, he was a lukewarm favorite when he won by 8 at the Fairgrounds, January 20th. That was only the second start of his career. It was his first start in 5 months. He went from basically last to win that race. Thermostat, the runner-up, came back to win a maiden special in his subsequent start on the 13th of February. So, yeah, we're on the same top 2, and I think the same top 3.
I know, Zulu Kingdom, that horse is one of 2 entered for Chad Brown. You got Pratt back aboard. He last ran in the Breeders' Cup Turf. He was 4-1 in a really deep field, and for good reason. He went into that race undefeated. He won first out in France. He got imported, won the Grade 3 with anticipation, and then the Grade 2 Pilgrim over yielding ground, and despite a wide trip. In the Breeders' Cup, however, while he was hanging in there about a length and a half off the pace, in stretch, it says that the crop was lost. I'm not exactly sure where it was dropped, but I will also say he didn't change leads either. So it might have also been that he was just legit tired. He was much closer to a hotter pace than he'd been before.
No, as Mark mentioned, in the juvenile turf, I mean, I went through the numbers, right? 5 grass races on that Friday, Future Stars Friday.
Yep.
3 dead closers. 2 horses were off the pace a little bit. There's no wire-to-wire win on that turf course. And as you mentioned, he was fairly close to that pace. He was just a couple of lengths off of it. So I thought he was super, even though he was beaten 4.5 lengths at odds of 4-1. The thing I like about him also is he wins close races, right? He wins the With Anticipation by a neck. He wins the Pilgrim by a neck. This is a very evenly matched group, so there's a chance to come down to a photo, and this horse wins him.
Yeah, and I would also say, I would use the number 8, Revolutionnaire, on those tickets. I'm not sure about the 2 turns here, but he was running against some good competition as a 2-year-old. He was last in action in the Group 3 Prix La Rochette. Just lost by 3/4 of a length that day. The winner and the runner-up, they were next 7th, beaten 4, and 6th, beaten 3.5, respectively, in the Group 1 Prix Jean-Luc Lagardère. And in 5th in that race was Henri Matisse, who then went on to win our Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. So, again, Not in my top three, but a horse I would definitely want in my exotics. So again, our top three, both of us, were 9, 4, 6 in the Columbia Stakes, which again starts the late pick 5.
The horses onto the track post-printing for today's 7th event, the 19th running of the Columbia Stakes, $125,000 guaranteed for 3-year-olds at a mile on turf. Presenting the field, number 1 is Early Adopter. Klarovich Stables are the owners. Chad Brown, the trainer. Tyler Gaffleone rides. Scratch the 2, number 3, Sky Masterson. Joseph Grant, Can Do Racing. Greg Marsh and William Marr are the owners. Gary Contessa trains. Scott Spieth rides. 4 is Reagan's Wit. West Point Thoroughbreds. David and Gordo and CJ Stables are the owners. Cherie DeVoe trains and Jose Ortiz rides. Number 5 is Peace Cloud. Patricia Pavlish is the owner. Tim Ham trains. Hector Diaz Jr. rides. Number 6 is Zulu Kingdom. Manicat Stables. Michael Dubb, William Strauss, and Michael Caruso are the owners. Chad Brown trains and Flavian Pratt aboard. Scratch the 7, number 8, Revolutionaire. West Point Thoroughbreds and Winners Equine are the owners. Christophe Clement trains. Joel Rosario in the saddle. Completing the field, number 9 is Dream On. DJ Stable, LLC, the owners. Mark Cassie is the trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr. rides. Race 7, the Columbia Stakes offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, and we start that late pick 5. That pool about to head over $400,000. Still got 6 minutes to get involved. Five minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's 7th race, the Columbia Stakes, started a late pick 5 in just 2 minutes. That pool heading towards $500,000. The horses are making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. Horses on final approach. Last call for wagers. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 7th race, the 19th running of the Columbia Stakes. $125,000 guaranteed for the 3-year-olds on turf. Early adopter, the first to move in, right out 5-1. Your post time favorite at 9-5, number 6, Zulu Kingdom. 5-2 on the 4, Reagan's Wit. 3-1, Dream On to the outside. Here's Sky Masterson coming up. Reagan's Wit, one of 2 in the West Point colors. Reagan's Wit will have the yellow cap. Revolutionaire will have the pink cap. Here's Peace Cloud. Hector Diaz Jr. with a winner already on today's card. Loads with Peace Cloud. Zulu Kingdom coming up. Just awaiting Revolutionaire, and Dream On will be all set for a start. The Columbia, late pick 5. That pool headed north of $750,000. Dream On, Irad Ortiz Jr. on the outside in the DJ stable colors. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Columbia Stakes. Peace Cloud asks for speed. Zulu Kingdom is close up, and Dream On from the outside. Those 3 are quickest as they come by us for the first time. It's going to be Peace Cloud to go just in front of Zulu Kingdom in that 2nd position. Dream On is 3rd, just a length off the top pair. Another 2 back to Sky Masterson, Reagan's Wit. They race together 4th and 5th. They're 2 clear of early adopter. Revolutionaire, the gray, is the early trailer. 7th and last as the Columbia field goes by that 6 furlong marker. It's Peace Cloud a length in front of Zulu Kingdom. Out wide is Dream On, who's racing 3 deep in third, just a length and a half off the top. It's another 2 back to Sky Masterson. Reagan's Wit right to his outside, racing 5th. 2 more then to Early Adopter, still 3 more back to Revolutionaire, who is the trailer. 23 seconds the opening quarter mile time as Peace Cloud gets some pressure now from Zulu Kingdom. Dream On still perched out 3 deep, a length and a half off the lead as they run past the half-mile pole. Just 3.5 furlongs left in the Columbia. 46 seconds was the opening half-mile time. Peace Cloud, Zulu Kingdom tugging up right alongside. Out 3 deep, there goes Dream On, still a length back in third. Length and a half more then. Reagan's Wit starting to come into the race nice. Is 4th right now. Going to stay toward the inside of Dream On, so Reagan's Wit going to need a seam as Zulu Kingdom takes over the lead. Zulu Kingdom, here's Reagan's Wit coming after that one, and these two hook up at the top of the stretch. They put a length and a half on Peace Cloud. Early Adopter trying to run up. Revolutionary was last early. He's up to 5th. The gray starting to roll down the outside. Zulu Kingdom by the 8th pole. The lead still about a length. Reagan's Wit, 2nd. Revolutionary and Early Adopter. They're back 3rd and 4th. Zulu Kingdom still there. Reagan's Wit trying to surge on Zulu Kingdom. Zulu Kingdom holds on to win the Columbia. Reagan's Wit ran a good one in 2nd, long way back to Early Adopter and Revolutionaire. Six, 4 and a photo. .133.24 the final time. That is just 1/100th behind the previous stakes record. 3rd went to the number 8 Revolutionaire, 4th number 1 Early Adopter, and 5th the number 9 Dream On. Results official. 5:20 on the win for Zulu Kingdom. Zulu Kingdom, your Columbia Stakes winner. 3-year-old bay originally by 10 Sovereigns out of Zindiswa. It's bred in Ireland by Curie Pyrenean SAS. Madaket Stables, Michael Dubb, William Strauss, and Michael Caruso are the winning owners. Chad Brown, the winning trainer. Flavian Pratt, board for the winning ride is Zulu Kingdom. Now 4 for 5 in the career, kicks off the 3-year-old campaign with a win here in the Columbia Stakes. Price is on the board, $5.20 for the win, the exact $8.20, the trifecta $24.55. 10-cent super, $12.34. Daily double $15.30, the pick three $13.15, and that high five $122. Up next, today's eighth race is 23 minutes away. It's the Lamb Home South race of the week. Scratch 4, 6, 8, and 10. 4, 6, 8, and 10 are scratched. Number 5, Eoz, 1 pound over. Number 9, Snow Name, 4 pounds over. Field of 9 at 6 furlongs. We'll start a pick 4 coming up in just 22 minutes. Fans, we do have a late jockey change in the 12th and final race being reported for the first time. Race 12, number 12, Evelyn Louise, will now be ridden by Cipriano Gill. Cipriano Gill will ride number 12, Evelyn Louise, in the 12th and final. Presentation time in the winner's circle. We're happy to welcome Angela Palacios, along with daughter Mia and son Jake, all representing Lamb Home South as they present to the winning connections of Zulu Kingdom, your 7th race Columbia Stakes winner. Race 8, 21 minutes.
Welcome back to Tampa Bay Downs, and before we move ahead to race number 8, let's go back a few minutes and congratulate the Connections that won the $125,000, the Columbia, with the 6-horse Zulu Kingdom pretty much on the front end. Final time sparkling, too. I think 33-1 was the final time. Madacat Stables, LLC, Michael Dubb, who am I missing? Else with the ownership?
Did you say Bill Strauss?
Bill Strauss, thank you. Chad Brown, the trainer, Flavian Pratt.
Flava Flav!
Aboard for the win. So congratulations to Connections that won the Columbia. Now we have a little bit of a slight break in terms of stakes activity before we head to race number 9, but we still have a really good allowance optional claiming event here.
We got a late pick 4 starting here as well. This race is for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won a race other than maiden claiming or starter, which have never won 2 races or an optional claiming price of $16,000. They're going to be going 6 furlongs on the main track. I'm going to go with the number 11 in here. That is Silver Slugger. He did not get to employ his fleet-footedness last out in the Pelican Stakes. He did not get away from the gate well. Still, though he was 6th, it's about the beaten lengths. And he was beaten just 3 1/4 by Grade 1 winner Nutella Fella. The runner-up in there, Caramel Chip, next put up a 92 Beyer figure, scoring an optional 62 at Gulfstream Park. I think this boy could run big here and show why they felt he deserved a chance to run against stakes competition.
Yeah, he'd won 3 in a row. Basically, his first start didn't really happen at Parks because he eased in that race. Then he came back off a layoff. Boom, boom, boom. Not only 3 consecutive wins, but all at Tampa Bay Downs, and all by big margins. He won those 3 races by about a combined 12 lengths. Then they ran the Pelican. There wasn't much pace. He needed the lead, and as Ren mentioned, I thought the break was really bad.
Yeah.
So hopefully he breaks cleaner. He's drawn to the outside. He can rate. He's third start off a 10-month layoff. Obviously a class dropper. Silver Slugger, owned by Victor Martinez. Victoria's Ranch. Silver Slugger goes to the award for the best hitter at that individual's position in baseball, and I think Victor told me last month that he won 3 Silver Sluggers, so kind of a clever name for him. And
a name you're not going to give a horse unless you think they got the goods.
Absolutely. Spent $90,000 on this horse. There's some big scratches in this race.
Yeah.
Osprey, I think, was going to be both of our top selections. Yeah. That horse came out. The 4 came out. Another horse that I like came out.
And all these scratches only help this horse.
I think so. So we put him on top. He's not favored right now because Laser Sharp right now.
That's my second pick.
Is your favorite? I wish he would have run a little better in his last start.
Yeah, it was a first off the layoff. I think that, you're right. It would have been nice to see if he could just have shown a bit more, but he did still manage to mount a rally to finish second, beaten in length and 3/4. And that was his first start back since scoring a 50 starter allowance N1X off the layoff at Aqueduct, going just 6 furlongs. I don't love being out in this, him being far out. But with the scratches, it doesn't matter quite as much. The post draw, he should be fitter here, second out for Terra Nova. And it is encouraging that Sammy Marin is staying aboard.
Yeah, it is. And Sammy's had an outstanding meeting. There is some pace in this race, even with the scratches. I mean, the 5, that horse is very quick. The 7, Dither, who I put third in this race, that was a big performance. Ronaldo Yanez cleaned this horse for $8,000 January 18th. Comes back February 9th, a couple weeks later, steps this horse up into an optional 12, boom, wire to wire at odds of 5-1. And then Snow Name, the 9. Those are 3 very quick racehorses. So underneath, I put American Warrior. The last race stunk. And if I'm going to bet a horse that was not very good in their last start, I got to find prior races, and I need a price. This horse is 17-1. You can find prior races that put this horse right there. Beaten a nose against 10 claimers at Tampa, a couple starts back. 3-time winner. His best race haven't been at Tampa. But if there is that pace, if they're scrambling on the front end going very quickly, this is a horse that can take advantage of that to a certain extent. If you're willing to dismiss the last start, and these are claimers, they don't always consistently run big races. I think he's a horse to put underneath. And then Dither's a horse I put third.
Okay, I'll have you talk about Dither in just a minute. One of the things I did want to mention regarding Laser Sharp and that last start, one of the things I thought was a little interesting, and I don't know why, maybe if I see Sammy walking around here, I'll ask him. Out of the gate, he was made to go out toward the middle behind the pack, instead of just going straight up. So I think maybe that was to not get caught up on the inside. I don't know, but maybe that lateral move, maybe took a little something out when you're running, in that spot. We'll see. But as far as my third pick, well, you tell me your third pick, Dither. Talk to me why you like him first.
Well, I love the wake up in his last start. Yes, there's some other speed that I mentioned, but he's the quality speed in this race with Diaz. Does he have a couple wins already on the on the card today?
Gotta love Hector.
Hector Diaz.
I gave him a new nickname.
What is it?
Hector Get It Done Diaz.
I like that. It's smooth.
Get It Done Diaz.
Yeah,
I'm going to nickname everybody here
it
before I'm
flows
done.
nicely.
Yes.
It flows nicely, that nickname. So I went with Dither. I think he's the best of the 3 speed horses in this race. Over a track, I'll go back and look at some of the charts here in a minute, but the main track is obviously lightning fast. As we had maidens, we had a first-time starter go 21-1 about an hour ago.
Okay, well, my third pick is Cantaro in here for Juan Rodriguez. You got Sammy Camacho aboard. This boy cleared the 25 N3L level, yes, so this is a step up. But I do think that he closed impressively last out after being sent wide to get up for the win. Start prior to that, he was a well-beaten fourth, but the track was listed as good. There was no pace. He was on the inside. I thought he also ran a good third last fall against beaten 25s at Gulfstream, so he's got some ability. So again, quickly, your top three.
11, 3, 7. We both like Silver Slugger to
yes.
score.
So 11, 12, 1 for me, and we'll check you back here for race 9.
The horses onto the track post spreading for today's 8th race. We start at pick 4 in here. It's the Lamb Home South Race of the Week, a $16,000 allowance optional claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs over that fast main track. Scratch 4, 6, 8, and 10. 4, 6, 8, 10 are scratched. Number 5 is plus 1 pound. Number 9 is plus 4 pounds. Race 8 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, and pick 4 wagering. Super high 5 as well. Post time in 6 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's 8th race, the Lamb Home South race of the week. Start of a pick 4 coming up in 2 minutes. That pick 4 pool already over $160,000. Post time coming up in 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's 8th race, the Lamb Home South race of the week. Start of a pick 4 coming up in just 1 minute. The pick 4 pool about to jump over $200,000. Post time coming up in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th race, the Lamb Home South race of the week. Start of another pick 4, field of 9 here at 6 furlongs over this fast main track today. 6-5 favorite number 12, Laser Sharp. 5-2 on the 11, Silver Slugger. 3-1 on the 7, Dither. Those are your top 3 choices as we start the loading process. Here's Big Louie coming up in the purple colors to gate 2. American Warrior, Snow Name, they'll be the next pair. Here's Silver Slugger in the Victoria's Ranch colors. Yeah, to gate 5. Just waiting on Laser Sharp, Songrunner. 2 favorites will be the final 2 to join. Actually, I'm sorry. The favorite Laser Sharp, long shot, number 13, Songrunner. Here is Laser Sharp, 6-5, loading in. Samuel Marin for John Terranova. And Songrunner, Jose Ferrer to the outside draw. To complete the line, the Lamb Home South, race of the week. Start of a pick 4. Songrunner going to be the last one to join as Laser Sharp has got in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Bit of a stumble there for Iya in the center. Good start for Snow Name, who sprints right out to the early advantage. Silver Slugger, Iya, after that slow beginning, is rallying up now to battle for that second position early on. Dither was away fourth in the red, white, and green colors and amongst horses. Length more back to Songrunner, then comes Big Louie in the purple, who's sixth. Break of two more. Back to American Warrior. At Laser Sharp is toward the back early on. His second last as Cantaro is the early trailer as they battle up on the top end. Iya trying to come through inside of Silver Slugger. Snow Name in a bit of a tight spot there. Had to check out of there after that 22-second opening quarter mile. Silver Slugger just in front of Iya. Dither and out wide Songrunner. They're trying to run up from third and fourth. Two more back to Big Louie. Snow Name being passed by Laser Sharp, who's up to about sixth right now. On the outside, about 4.5 behind Silver Slugger. Silver Slugger comes to the top of the stretch. Now opens that lead to a length and a half. Dither chases from second. Iya is third. Laser Sharp trying to wind up fourth between horses. Big Louie is putting in a nice rally. Silver Slugger has to make another furlong. Silver Slugger by two. Laser Sharp trying to get to this long time leader on the outside. Big Louie is third. 16th though. It's Silver Slugger still there. Laser Sharp 2.5 lengths behind. Silver Slugger and Sonny Leone win it here by almost 2 in the end. Laser Sharp was second. Big Louie third. Cantaro got going for fourth. Fifth was American Warrior. Eleven, 12, 2, 1, and 3. 11, 12, 2, 1, 3, the unofficial order. 109.43 the final time. Silver Slugger makes it 4 wins in 5 career starts here at Tampa Bay Downs. A $7.40 winner. Results are official. 5-2 on the second choice here. Silver Slugger, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Cairo Prince out of One More Wild Ride, was bred in Kentucky by Frankfurt Park Farm. Victoria's Ranch, the winning owner. Juan Carlos Avila, the winning trainer. Sonny Leone aboard for the winning ride as Silver Slugger wins today's 8th race. Race 8, the Lamb Home South Race of the Week. As always, we thank our friends from Lamb Home South for their constant support of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. This race named in their honor. Prices on the board. That middle pick 5, $735.10. Pick 4, $57.55. Daily double 980, the high 5, $937.10. Race 9's coming up next. It starts the late pick 4. It's the 27th running of the Grade 2 Hillsboro Stakes. $225,000 guaranteed for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They're at 1.125 miles on turf. The turf firm, the rail at 0 feet. Scratch number 3, She's Fire. Number 3 is scratched. A field of 9 remain in. The Hillsboro Stakes, our Grade 2 event in 21 minutes. Presentation in the winner's circle. Again, the Lamb Home South race of the week. So we're happy to welcome members of the Victoria's Ranch team, along with jockey Sonny Leone, and members of Lamb Home South, Andrew Palacios, along with children Mia and Jake, as they present to the winning connections. The Hillsboro Stakes in 20 minutes. Fans, don't forget our 50-50 raffle drawing going to benefit our friends from Run for the Ribbons. You can sign up for that down near the paddock, near the double doors. They have a setup down there. Every time you hear the bell ring today, that means there's been a donation by the Winning Connections to Run for the Ribbons, our thoroughbred aftercare partners here at Tampa Bay Downs.
Matt Carruthers, we gave out a winner there. Silver Slugger.
It's about time. It was a very nice win for Silver Slugger on the class drop. Even though the final time was excellent. 9-4. He's a really good racehorse who's 4 for 6 for Victoria's Ranch. Accelerize an hour earlier, first time out, went 109 flat, and the race was 7 furlongs en route to a 21-1 7 furlong. I mean, Accelerize was unbelievable in race number 6. That's a horse to keep your eye on. That was a good field that he embarrassed by nearly 8 lengths.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Well, we're now into race 9. This is the Grade 2 Hillsborough Stakes. Fillies and mares 4 years old and up, set at 1 mile and an eighth on the turf. Last year's winner, Sparkle Blue, is back for Graham Motion, but I'm going to actually be looking elsewhere to the other Motion, the number 7, Gimme Another, who's going to be making her first North American start since joining Motion's barn. She ran for Mike DeCock before. That's where she ran 7 for 7 in South Africa, including 2 Group 1s. She was champion 3-year-old filly. I know that it reads that she is 5 years old now, but she was born in the other hemisphere, October foal, so by our calendar, she is 5. Now, in her last start, she beat her stablemate, Humdinger, in the Empress Club Stakes, and Humdinger went on to win a Grade 1 in the Garden Providence at Grayville. Now, this girl has not run since then, and it was almost a year ago, but she has won all her starts with ease. She won the 9 Furlong Fillies Classic. She's beaten older. Her time form ratings are ultra impressive.
She's won at 9 furlongs.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's see. She's going to be going left-handed for the first time, but she's been here training for so long now that I don't think it's going to be a problem.
No, I didn't put her on top, but I think I put her second in this race. She's 3-1 right now because all the money is coming in, I believe, on Saffron Moon for Chad Brown, who's 4 for 10, is a perfect 2 for 2 over this turf course as well.
She's my second pick.
Yeah, won the Endeavor here, Grade 3, kind of a prep for this race on the 1st of February, Saturday, the first Saturday of the month. Yeah, she's favored right now. She comes from off the pace for sure. You know, and the South African runners, I'll date myself a little bit here. I mean, there's been some really good horses coming to the States from South Africa. I remember a horse as a kid.
Recently, too. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I remember a horse as a kid named Bold Tropic who came in from South Africa, and I think ran second to John Henry in the San Juan Capistrano. We're going back 45 years. So, you know, the question is, I don't know if the layoff is much because the connections and what this horse did at first.
Well, we talked to Graham earlier.
He seems very high on Give Me Another. She's a very nice racehorse. She hasn't had a close race yet. I would think this race with a quality in it, that if she wins this race, which she very well could, it will be a close race. And she hasn't been tested. Most of her wins have been very, very easy. So that's one thing to maybe look at. There's some other horses that have been more tested in terms of being involved in close races. I'm going to take a shot here with a horse that I thought the morning line would come down.
This is my third pick.
A little bit. I like Eternal Silence,
yes.
the 9 horse. The last time I took a look was 11-1, 20-1 on the line, Rosario for Clement.
Yep.
So the U.S. debut was in the Valley View. That race was a really, really strong Grade 3 at Keeneland, maybe stronger than it normally is. Because Surge Capacity, the winner of that race, it's a Chad Brown horse. That horse won the Matriarch. That's a Grade 1 event in her next start. Heavenly Sunday, I know it was an off the turf, but was a big-time winner in her next race.
Yep.
And then she wins an allowance race in New York on the 7th of July. And Disaster, the runner-up in that race, she's now a multiple Grade 3 winner. So
for Jonathan Thomas.
For JT, Jonathan Thomas. So she's turned into a really good racehorse. So I think the company lines are kind of sneaky good. You see Grade 3 and you see one other allowance event, you don't get too excited. And she won that race July 7th of last year, having not raced since October 27th. So the layoff that she won facing July 7th is a very similar layoff to the layoff that she's facing here, albeit the company's a little bit stronger.
Clement's 23% off a long
way. So I ended up with her on top. We already talked about the 7 horse. Give Me Another. I put her second in this race, and then I put Damaso in third. We'll see if she's good enough.
Never underestimate Kathleen O'Connell.
No.
She won that 20-1 shot earlier today.
I don't think she's ever been better. She's a 5-year-old. She's never been better than she is now. And, you know, you can question the company in her last start a little bit. She was 3-5. But it's amazing she won that race. I thought that the break was really bad. She was never settled. She was acting up in the gate, and the gates popped open, and she was dead last. And if you bet her that day, and many of you did because she was 3-5, you thought she had no chance. And for her to win, even though it was against a softer group, I like the way she's trending. She obviously loves this turf course, 4 for 10 over it, 2 for 14 against it. And she's another price horse with one of your guys, Daniel Centeno.
Yeah, well, you know, I did all this information. I put it all together on Eternal Silence, and you just stole my thunder with all of that.
Won't be the first time, right? will happen again probably today. We handicap in a similar way.
And we don't
yours a little more meticulous.
We don't
than I
handicap
am.
together either.
No.
So I've been pretty pleasantly surprised at how many horses we've come to similarly throughout yesterday's card, today's card. We'll see how tomorrow's card goes. But yeah, I'm going to be keeping it sequential here. 7, 8, 9 in the Grade 2 Hillsboro, which again kicks off the late pick 4.
Again, fans, don't forget to sign up for that 50-50 raffle. The winner will be drawn after the Tampa Bay Derby coming up a little bit later on. You can get signed up down at the Run for the Ribbons table near the double doors near the paddock entrance, part of our 50-50 contest here on Tampa Derby Day. Of course, the Run for the Ribbons are co-sponsors along with our Thoroughbred Retirement. So the proceeds go to benefit Thoroughbred Retirement with Run for the Ribbons. Horses onto the track post-spurting for today's ninth event. It's the 27th running of the Grade 2 Hillsborough Stakes, $225,000 guaranteed. Fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 1 1/8 miles on turf. The turf firm, the rail at 0 feet. Presenting the field, number 1 is Sparkle Blue. Augustin Stable and Catherine Park are the owners. Graham Motion trains and Jorge Ruiz rides. 2 is Avenue Niel. Larry Johnson owns. Mike Trombetta trains. Frankie Dettori up. Scratch the 3, number 4, Venencia. Bradley Thoroughbreds, Laura Lee Stable. Jim Cohn, Belmar Racing and Breeding. Team Hanley, Cameron Equine are the owners. Chad Brown trains and Tyler Gaffleone up. Number 5, Victoria's Dancer. Victoria's Ranch, the owners. Juan Carlos Avila trains. Sonny Leone is on board. Number 6 is Spaladay. Wears the colors of owner Peter Brandt. Chad Brown trains and Jose Ortiz rides. Number 7, Gimme Another. Newstead Stables are the owners. Graham Motion trains. Imran Ortiz rides. Number 8, Saffron Moon. CHP Racing are the owners. Chad Brown trains. Flavian Pratt rides. Number 9 is Eternal Silence. Moiglair Stud Farm are the owners. Christophe Clement trains. And Joel Rosario rides. Completing the field, number 10 is Damaso. Perrine Time Thoroughbreds are the owners. Kathleen O'Connell trains. And Daniel Centeno rides. Post time for today's ninth event. The Grade 2 Hillsborough Stakes just over 2 minutes away. Just over 2 minutes to post time. The horses making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate. We're just 2 minutes away from the Hillsborough Stakes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses on final approach. 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. Reminder, this race does start the late pick 4. That pool currently 225,000 and headed north as we have just 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 9th race. 27th running the Grade 2 Hillsborough Stakes. Field of 9 here at a mile and an eighth. Your post time favorite 7-5 on the number 8 Saffron Moon. 5-2 on the number 7 Gimme Another. Sparkle Blue, last year's champ, the first to load in. Here's Spaladay to gate 6. Avenue Niel, the colors of owner Larry Johnson. Gimme Another will be the next to join. Venencia to gate 4. Saffron Moon, your 7-5 favorite, out to gate 8, the Endeavor Stakes winner. Winning on Victoria's Dancer, Eternal Silence, and Damaso will be all set for a start in the Hillsborough. Late pick 4 getting underway here. Damaso, Daniel Centeno for Kathleen O'Connell to the outside draw. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Hillsborough Stakes. Damaso from the extreme outside, flashing some speed, sent hard. There's Avenue Niel, and down toward the inside, Sparkle Blue, part of the early mix, but it's going to be Avenue Niel to grab the lead through that first furlong. Sparkle Blue away a joint second. Saffron Moon emerges from out of the pack now, along with Damaso on the outside as they stack up top. Damaso and Avenue Niel, they're 1-2. Saffron Moon going to park in the third spot with just one circuit to go. Then comes Sparkle Blue, who's out in fourth. Gimme Another. The South African shipper came away fifth, about 5.5 off the top. Then comes Eternal Silence in the black and white colors, racing in sixth. It's a length and a half more back to Venencia, Spaladay, Victoria's Dancer, those three at the back. So they have 5.5 furlongs left to go in the Hillsborough. 23-4 the opening quarter mile time. Avenue Niel leads them onto the back stretch, a length in front of Damaso in second. Sparkle Blue tucked in toward the inside third, 2 off the top. It's another length back to Saffron Moon. The Endeavor champ is racing along fourth. Here's an early bid. Eternal Silence starts to move up on the outside. Is catapulting past runners, going all the way up to challenge for the lead here. Joel Rosario, aggressive tactics as Eternal Silence changes the picture here with 3.5 furlongs to go in the Hillsborough. It has a length and a half lead. Avenue Niel now back to second. Damaso, Sparkle Blue, Saffron Moon is now back fifth. Then comes Gimme Another in sixth. Venencia trying to launch outside of stablemate Spaladay, who's second last. Victoria's Dancer trails. Eternal Silence, we'll see if this move paid off. Eternal Silence, 3/4, 1:12 leads them around to the top of the stretch, a length in front of Avenue Niel. Damaso, Sparkle Blue, Saffron Moon trying to get going. Venencia is launching up on the outside. Gimme Another is in behind runners, still about 5 or 6 lengths behind. Eternal Silence trying to see it out. Saffron Moon now coming after her, and here's Saffron Moon charging after Eternal Silence. Gimme Another going to follow that move. These two to the 16th pole. Saffron Moon gets the jump. Gimme Another on the outside. Saffron Moon, Gimme Another. Saffron Moon goes on to win the Hillsborough. Gimme Another was second, a ways back then to Venencia. Eternal Silence, Sparkle Blue. .147.58 the final time for the mile and an eighth. Eight, 7, 4, and 9. 8, 7, 4, 9, the unofficial order. Saffron Moon pulls off the Endeavor Hillsborough double. Chad Brown did that a few years ago, of course, with Bleecker Street. Results are official. 420 on the win for Saffron Moon. Your even money favorite scoring here. Saffron Moon, the Endeavor champ, now the Hillsboro champ. 6-year-old Dark Bear Brown Mare by Malibu Moon out of Crocus Hill was bred in Kentucky by Cove Springs Farm LLC. CHP Racing, the winning owners. Chad Brown, the winning trainer. And Flavian Pratt on board for the winning ride. Back-to-back graded stakes here at Tampa Bay Downs for Saffron Moon, your Hillsboro champ. Exact $8.30. Trifecta $14.85. The dime super $16.98. Daily double $9.70. The pick 3 $15.40. The high five $400 $28.40. Today's 10th race is up next. It's the Grade 3 Florida Oaks, $200,000 up for grabs for the 3-year-old fillies on turf. Field of 11, scratch the 12, Mia Fana. Number 12 is scratched. Jockey change on the 4, Miss Rummy Cube. Make the rider Samuel Marin. Samuel Marin will ride the 4. Race 10, the Florida Oaks starts the late pick 3. Post time at 22 minutes. Presentation time coming up in the winner's circle for the Hillsboro Stakes, our Grade 2 event of the season. Presenting to the winning connections. Again, we welcome our friends from Lamb Home South joining us in the winner's circle. As Angela Palacios, Mia, and Jake all presenting to the winning connections of Saffron Moon. Florida Oaks up next in 21 minutes.
Well, we're going to look ahead, even though we still have more stakes action to come, to our feature, the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby. And one of the horses in there with a big chance is, of course, Patch Adams. With us is the awesome but very tall, which is why we have him sitting here, Elliot Walden of Windstar Farm.
He's taller than me sitting down.
Yeah,
I
we
think
have
me
Matt
standing.
standing.
I think we're the same height now.
So tell us about this horse. I mean, you got to have Derby fever over there at Windstar. You already had John Hancock, aptly named by Constitution, although I believe that signature was on another important document.
Oh, we heard that. Yeah.
But still, I mean, he won our Sam F. Davis. You now have Patch Adams here. River Thames ran second in the Fountain of Youth. It's got to feel real good to be at Windstar.
It's exciting. It's very exciting this time of year, and having some live Derby chances is always makes things fun, and it's always a busy time at Windstar, especially with foals being born, stallions being bred. But it's exciting this time.
So what went into the decision-making process? Obviously, John Hancock likes it here at Tampa. He won the Sam F. Davis in a gutty victory over Owen Almighty. I know he's going to the Louisiana Derby, I believe. What was the thinking with him, Louisiana Derby, and Patch Adams here?
Yeah, he's cross-entered as well in Virginia,
Okay.
along with a horse named Rapture. And we'll see how they came out of their breezes today before we decide, before Brad Cox decides. But probably land in Louisiana with John Hancock. You're right, he won his first two races here. So just thought that with the gutty performance that he gave with Owen Almighty, that he might need a little bit more time. So that's basically the impetus of why we're waiting an extra week or two.
And with Patch Adams in the Southwest, I read the quote from Brad. He seemed kind of bewildered, befuddled that he didn't show more speed in that race. So you guys are going to send from the outside a little bit more today. That's what it sounds like.
Well, it's good that he's on the outside and he can kind of dictate what to do. But he broke awkwardly, just
There we
scrambled.
go. That's what I was looking at Matt. I was like, well, I think, because I didn't want to interrupt. So you saw it the way I saw it. I watched that race, and of course, this horse going 2 turns for the first time after he's already.
You at home?
Oh, all the time. No, but I mean, I'm seeing this. I'm like,
It's
this horse is going
good-natured
to want to
fun,
show
Elliot.
speed, right? But then the gates open. It looked like he came out on his tiptoes. He tried to right himself, but then he took another weird step on top of it. So at that point, he just had to be resigned to rating back.
Well, anytime these young horses have a misstep in a race, sometimes they don't run well that day, and they come back and run big the next time. So that's what we're hoping here. He's trained great since the race. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of speed in here, so I don't know if he'll be on the lead because Owen Almighty's a fast horse, and there's a couple others as well. But he should break well and see what happens.
And the connections here, you guys have had a lot of success together, right? We were talking before we went on. Life is good. I mean, there's probably a pretty long list, but you got to feel good when you team up with people in the past that you've won some big races with.
Yeah, T.O. Alking and the China Horse Club has been very lucky with us, and we won just with Justify and Life is Good. We actually won with Quip here in the Tampa Bay Derby.
At a price too, like 18-1, I think.
Yeah, and Carpe Diem. So hopefully today we'll get it done. It's a beautiful day here at Tampa. Great to see all the people here, and exciting to see what happens here in a few minutes.
Well, we really appreciate your time, Elliot. It's always a pleasure to speak with you. You have such great insight from every aspect you can look at racing, breeding, training. You get it all into this really maestro-like perspective for us.
Thank you so much, man.
Thanks, Elliot. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. So we've got race 10, the Grade 3 Florida Oaks coming up. Before we do that, I want to give some congratulations to the connections of Saffron Moon in the Hillsborough Stakes. What a run from her. And I got to give a shout out, though, to Give Me Another. She is legit.
Top two were very strong in that race, and they're very evenly matched. Maybe the difference with Saffron Moon, had raced February 1st, whereas, Give Me Another first start in the U.S. and hadn't raced in 11 months.
Kind of walked out of the gate a little bit.
Those are two really, really good mares, and Saffron Moon at the top of her game, undefeated over this turf course, 3 for 3 at the age of 6, and that takes us to another Grade Stakes race, the Florida Oaks.
3-year-old filly set at a mile 16th on the grass. I got to go with my DJ friends with the number 9. That is Nitrogen. Even though, she was 5-2 on the morning line. What is she sitting at right now? Do you see?
Let me pull out the phone here.
Okay.
Don't have a view of the board.
I can't see the monitor from here, but while you look that up, I'll talk about why I like
3-2.
3-2.
3-2.
Well, beyond the friendship aspect of it, Jose Ortiz, she won the Ginger Brew stakes last out in her first start. That was since running third beat in just
You're
2.5
hungry.
lengths.
That's the thing.
But when she got beat that 2.5 lengths in the Breeders' Cup, it was to the best 2-year-old turf filly in the world.
Yep.
Lake Victoria. So I think she proved her mettle. Not only was she in against a champion, but she didn't even get a smooth start that day. She broke outwardly. She bumped with the filly to her outside before straightening out. I think she's developing into a really nice filly with dimension and can take this step forward to get the mile in the 16th here.
Yeah, she was 50-1 in that race too. That was a monster performance at that big of a number. She was beaten 3 parts of a length in the Talma in the race before. So she's 41-1 as a maiden in the Talma, beaten 3 parts of a length, and 49-1 in the Juvenile Fillies Turf, and runs third, beaten 2.5 in a field of 14. This race is loaded. For me, this is kind of a visual play.
Okay.
In this race, just watching the video and the tape, and I thought Brillante was brilliant in her U.S. debut for Chad on the 17th of January. I know it was a maiden race. I know the comment off slow, I thought it was atrocious.
Yeah.
I thought she had a really bad beginning. Yeah, she was a 7-5 favorite. And you had a horse that got the lead in that race with some ability. The way she took off at the end of that race to blow by a horse who had everything her way in the front end, I thought visually it was really impressive. The figure didn't come up that strong, but again, she needed that race, and now he puts her in the Grade 3 Florida Oaks off of that visually impressive maiden score here of a 5-month layoff, first start in the U.S. here about 6 weeks ago. So I like Brillante at a price. Right now I'm getting 9-1.
So that's your top pick. My second pick is the 11, Celtic Motif, in here for Brendan Walsh. Interested in this filly because she's still a maiden. She just lost a main specialty Gulfstream by a neck last out in her first start in the States. That was at a mile. She closed to just missed, finished a neck better of a horse named Love You Anyway. But here's the thing, Celtic Motif, she has never finished out of the money. She ran 4 times in Ireland before coming over, including against males in the Goffs Million and against fillies in the Group 3 Staffordstown Stud, and while carrying 128 pounds. I love that she's stretching further out in distance. She's by Saxon Warrior and out of Art Institute by Arch. The mom was a winner here, going a mile actually. But yeah, you've got this Sunday Silence line over this, Arch Chris S. Roberto line. I think she's going to dig this race. She's got the superb riding abilities of a legend and Frankie Dettori aboard. So she's my second pick. What about you?
All right, do me a favor. While I'm talking about my third pick in this race, just take a look at how great these horses look.
No, they're
in
beautiful.
The paddock right now. This is a great-looking group. I went with Lush Lips in third in this race. You already talked about Nitrogen, so I put Nitrogen second.
Okay.
I like Brillante on top. And then Lush Lips in third. I don't see a ton of pace in this race. So Gaffler and Walsh, they have a filly that's third, start off a little bit of a layoff. Back-to-back wins, maiden special, then on turf in an optional 75 at Gulfstream as your 2-1 Lukewarm favorite. Now you take the blinkers off. I still think she's going to be forwardly placed, even though the shades come off.
Okay.
She's obviously doing well. She's obviously a much better 3-year-old than she was a 2-year-old. She won by 7 to break her maiden at nearly 9-1 on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park. Training well, getting a nice tactical trip. I put her in third, but I like the 2 to win at a number.
Okay, we got the riders about to go up. My third pick is going to be Opulent Restraint in here for Chad Brown. 1, 2 of 3 starts, including her last one, which was the Chelsea Flower Stakes at Belmont at the Big A. So, like her, you got to love a Dubai Wee Baby. They're heading out to the track right now real quick. Your top 3?
2-9-6. Good luck.
I am 9-11-7 in the Grade 3 Florida Oaks.
The horse is onto the track post-sprinting for the running of the 42nd running of the Florida Oaks, a Grade 3 $200,000 event. 3-year-old fillies at a mile and a 16th on turf. Presenting the field, number 1 is Smart Union. Jonathan Evan owns, Graham Motion trains, and Daniel Centeno rides. Number 2 is Brilliant. Mataket Stables, Michael Dubb, William Rucker, and William Strauss are the owners. Chad Brown trains, Sammy Camacho aboard. 3 is Delaraine. Godolphin LLC owns, Owen Hardy trains, Jesus Castanon, the pilot. Number 4 is Miss Rummy Cube. RT Racing Stable are the owners. Leandro Moreno Barbon, the trainer. Samuel Marin rides. Number 5 is Love You Anyway. Bregman Family Racing LLC, the owners. George Arnold trains and Rajiv Mirage rides. 6 is Lush Lips. Medallion Racing. Steve Weston, Mr. Paul Shanahan, and Mrs. M.V. Magnier are the owners. Brendan Walsh trains and Tyler Gaffley on aboard. 7 is Opulent Restraint. Stephanie Seymour Brandt, the owner. Chad Brown trains. Flavian Pratt rides. Number 8 is Smudge, is owned by DJ Stable LLC. Mark Cassie trains. Dylan Davis rides. Number 9 is Nitrogen, also owned by DJ Stable, also trained by Mark Cassie. Jose Ortiz, the pilot. 10 is Pretty Lavish. Clips Thoroughbred Partners and Bobby Flay, the owners. Graham Motion trains, and Irene Ortiz Jr. rides. Completing the field, number 11 is Celtic Motif. Wells Watson is the owner. Brandon Walsh trains. Frankie Dettori rides. Scratch the 12. That's the field for the 42nd running of the Grade 3 Florida Oaks. $200,000 on the turf in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. The horses now making their way onto the turf course. Approaching the starting gate, the Florida Oaks is in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Just 1 minute to the Florida Oaks. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 42nd running of the Florida Oaks Stakes, race 10 here on the card. Grade 3, $200,000 event, field of 11 at a mile and a 16th. 6-5 favoritism on the number 9, Nitrogen. Lush Lips coming up to gate 6. Here's Opulent Restraint moving forward. 9-2 right now in gate 7. First of the two DJ runners, Smudge, the long shot of the two, 36-1. Here's Deloraine, who was an impressive winner on turf here at Tampa earlier this season. Nitrogen, the favorite's gone in. Looks like they're working with Smart Union down in gate 1, who backed out. Now goes up. Daniel Centeno going to climb back on board in the gate. Deloraine moving forward. Here's Miss Rummy Cube. Big long shot, 99-1. Winning on Love You Anyway. And Celtic Motif will be all set for a start. The Florida Oaks. Frankie Dettori and Celtic Motif to the outside draw. A mile and a 16th here for this grade 3 event. Celtic Motif going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Florida Oaks. Lush Lips showing good early speed in the center. Love You Anyway is forwardly placed. Opulent Restraint right there. Nitrogen toward their outside, but it's Lush Lips who's just in front of Opulent Restraint, trying to work over Celtic Motif from the extreme outside as they bend into the stretch for the first time round. Lush Lips and Opulent Restraint. Celtic Motif going to tuck in just behind them as Love You Anyway between horses Nitrogen. Those top 5 only separated 2.5 lengths. It's then another lineup of 3. Deloraine, Briant, and Smudge right to that one's outside. Length and a half after that. Find Smart Union down toward the inside. Pretty Lavish is back second last, and Miss Rummy Cube, the big long shot, is the early trailer. So they make their way out of the back stretch. 23 seconds flat for Lush Lips and Tyler Gaffleone. The leader's 3/4 of a length. To Opulent Restraint, under a good hold in that second position. Nitrogen, Love You Anyway, they race together 3rd and 4th, just 2 off the top. Then comes Briant, who's running along 5th in the yellow colors. Deloraine stays toward the inside from 6th, right to that one's outside. Goes Celtic Motif. Pretty Lavish is starting to inch forward with Smart Union. Smudge is second last, still Miss Rummy Cube, the trailer. 47 seconds was Lush Lips opening half mile. Opulent Restraint still 3/4 of a length back now, easing a little bit closer here on the outside as Lush Lips still the leader. Opulent Restraint within a half a length. They're 2 clear of Nitrogen, who's pushed along from third. Down along the inside, Love You Anyway is fourth. 2 more lengths back to Celtic Motif. Deloraine, Pretty Lavish trying to fire it up from the back. Lush Lips turned for home just in front. It's Lush Lips 3/4 of a length in front of Opulent Restraint in second. Now Nitrogen starting to get into gear on the outside. Still has to get to Lush Lips. Lush Lips at the 16 pole. Nitrogen wanders toward the center of the track but has momentum. Here's Nitrogen coming after Lush Lips. Nitrogen on the outside just in front. Lush Lips. Nitrogen wins it. Lush Lips was second. Deloraine got up for third over Opulent Restraint fourth. Nine, 6, 3, 7, and 5. 9, 6, 3, 7, 5, the unofficial order. Nitrogen, your 3-2 favorite. Results are official. $5 on the win for Nitrogen. Nitrogen, your Florida Oaks winner. Again, results are official in the Oaks. Nitrogen to the winner's circle, a 3-year-old bay filly by Medaglia d'Oro out of Tiffany Case, was bred in Kentucky by the winning owners DJ Stable LLC. Mark Casse, the winning trainer. Jose Ortiz aboard for the winning ride as the Florida Oaks goes to Nitrogen. Prices on the board. The exact at $12.50. Trifecta $63.45. Daily double $89.540. Pick three $13.95. Nobody had the super high five, so we'll carry that over to the Tampa Bay Derby. $6,257. Tampa Bay Derby's up next in 20 minutes at 5:44 p.m. No scratches or changes in the Derby. A field of 7 set to go. Mile and a 16th on the fast main track. 45th running of the Lamb Home South. Tampa Bay Derby in just 20 minutes. Presentation time coming up in the winner's circle. Presenting the winning connections of the Florida Oaks. DJ Stable, Jose Ortiz, Mark Casse. The Florida Oaks Trophy presentation. Congratulations to the connections of Nitrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby is next in 19 minutes.
Wow, that was so exciting. Nitrogen in the Florida Oaks. And we did crash the winner's circle, just so you know, John Green, if you're watching at home.
We're right in the center. No, we're on the end. She's a giant filly.
Wow, that was so cool.
By the way, top two again, like many of the races here. I mean, Lush Lips ran, as the racing cliche goes, too good to lose, but Nitrogen able to just kind of wear her down at the end of that race and gets her first graded stakes win after being graded grade 1 place before.
Big congratulations to the entire Mark Casse team, DJ Sable, and Jose Ortiz.
But now it's the big one. This meeting is what? From basically Thanksgiving to the Kentucky Derby. You build and you build and you build for this day, the festival day, and after, what is that? That is 3.5 months. Here we are at the biggest race of the meeting.
The Grade 3 Lambholm South Tampa Bay Derby.
Automatic berth for the Derby. You win this race.
Basically, I mean, the winner gets 50 points, second gets 25, third 15, fourth 10, and the fifth 5 points.
Right.
And, I mean, I'll tell you, I'll get right into it right now. I'm going to go with the number 3 Hill Road in here. This is one of 2 entered for Chad Brown. Tyler Gaffleone's going to be riding. That duo teamed up last year to win the Tampa Bay Derby with Domestic Product. Now, I thought this boy was actually a sneaky underneath play in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And that's when he was in a different barn. He did not let me down. He was in the barn then of Adrian Murray. Thank you very much. You know, he had 2 starts in Ireland. He won his debut. And then in the Group 1 Vincent O'Brien National Stakes, in with the likes of Scorthy Champ and Henri Matisse, who would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. You know, he got bumped between horses out of the gate. He was running a straight 7 furlong there at the Curragh. I liked him going the 2 turns on dirt because he is by Quality Road and then out of Exotic Notion by Lemon Drop Kid. Why is this relevant? Well, because Mom is a half-sister to City of Light, who is also by Quality Road. And as you know, he went on to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, the Pegasus World Cup Invitational, and he, as a sire, sired Fierceness, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and just turned into an amazingly talented racehorse in his 3-year-old season. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does as 4-year-old now. But yeah, I thought that was so impressive in the race itself of Hill Road to close from the clouds, even had to angle out and stretch to find running room, got the Shodo that afternoon, 4 3/4 lengths back of champion Citizen Bull, who went on to win the Grade 3 Robert B. Lewis, earning a 98 buyer figure. The runner-up in there, Gaming, he next ran 3rd in the Grade 2 Los Alfuturity to Journalism. Journalism went on to win the San Felipe. You also had Getaway Car in the race, who, you know, the Breeders' Cup, who won the Sunland Derby. Getaway Car had finished 4th in the Juvenile. And in 6th was Chancer McPatrick. He's going to be making a first start since that race as well. More on him in a minute. But in 7th was Jonathan's Way. He next ran 2nd in the Grade 2 Kentucky Jockey Club. So bottom line, it was just a solid field, and this boy should get an honest pace at which to run today. I think he just hangs back even with the addition of the blinkers and then slingshots into stretch under Tyler Gaffleone, who, again, won this race last year with Domestic Product for Chad Brown. I think he knows what it takes.
1 through 7, you can make a case for any of them. And that includes a horse I'm assuming is the biggest price on the board, Naughty Rascal, who, yes, it was via DQ, but beat Owen Almighty in the Pasco, and you have the winningest trainer in the history of Tampa Bay Downs, Gerald Bennett, as your conditioner. That's the horse that probably is the biggest price on the board, I would assume right now. You know, this race is obviously really tough, and Chancer McPatrick hasn't raced since the Juvenile, and Chad Brown has said he's 80%. I just don't know if 80% is good enough to win this race. He's a very talented racehorse, but he's not 90, he's not 90, he's not 100, he's 80%. So I'm going to play against him in this spot. You go through this field, how good is Brodeur? Naughty Rascal, thanks for helping me out. 39-1, the current price. I think Patch Adams is actually the horse to beat. I put him second in this race. He's not my top pick, but I think he's the horse to beat. I mean, his win at Churchill at 7 furlongs was dynamite. He won by $1 million, 98 buyer. He was the favorite. He was odds on in the Southwest. Yeah, he didn't have the cleanest of trips in that race. He'll be more forwardly placed. They like the way he's coming into this. He's drawn beautifully to the outside. I think he's the horse to beat. He's your second choice at 2-1 right now. But again, in a wide open race, if I can make a case for all 7, it doesn't make sense for me to ever bet the favorite. So I'm going to go with Filoso, Dylan Davis, for Chad Summers. You look at this horse's resume. First race too short at Saratoga, still not a bad performance. Sprinting, you're 15-1, you run a kind of a decent 4th. Then you stretch out to a mile. It's kind of a 1.5 turn situation there at Saratoga, and you win by 3.5 lengths. That was at 7-1. So I love the way he improved stretching out. Then you come to Lexington.
Yeah.
and you run in the Breeders' Futurity, you're basically 30-1. And we know how speed favoring that track was that day, and East Avenue took advantage of it and went wire to wire. This horse closed from virtually last to finish third. So I really liked the first 3 starts of his career. He wasn't very good in the Kentucky Jockey Club. Now he's been given some time off. Talked to Chad Summers. We both chatted with him yesterday a little bit, the trainer. We saw him schooling. He looked great. He's been training great in the morning. And I think the pace is going to be live in this race because I think Patch Adams goes. You know that Owen Almighty is going to be sent from the inside. Brodeur is a horse that's going to go. Naughty Rascal is a horse that has some speed. So I think it sets up for a horse like Filoso. We'll find out if he's good enough off a little bit of a laugh. Not a long laugh, but a laugh nonetheless at a little more than 3 months.
Okay, so say again, concretely, your top 3?
Filoso, the 5 on top. I'm going to go Patch Adams, the horse to beat, in second. And I put Hill Road. I think he's going to be too far back. I think he has ability, and I think he comes off the pace to kind of pick up the pieces to finish third. That's the way I look at it.
He's walking by me right now. He looks beautiful. He just gave me a wink. So, yes, my top 3 here in the Grade 3 Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby, 3, 2, 7. We'll check you back on the other side.
The horse is stepping out of the track for the 45th running of the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby, our Grade 3 featured event. $400,000 guaranteed Kentucky Derby points on the line at 1 1/16 over the fast track. It's a race for 3-year-olds presenting the field for the Tampa Bay Downs Derby. Number 1 is Owen Almighty. Flying Dutchman Breeding and Racing are the owners. Brian Lynch trains. Irad Ortiz Jr. rides. 2 is Chancer McPatrick. Flanagan Racing the owners. Chad Brown is the trainer. Flavienne Pratt rides. Number 3 is Hill Road. AMO Racing USA the owners. Chad Brown trains. And Tyler Gaffleone is the pilot. Number 4 is Brodeur. DJ Stable are the owners. Mark Cassie trains. Jose Ortiz rides. 5 is Filoso. Gold Square LLC the owners. Chad Summers trains. Dylan Davis rides. Number 6 is Naughty Rascal. Mr. Pug LLC and JPG2 LLC are the owners. Gerald Bennett trains. Sammy Camacho on board. And completing the field, number 7 is Patch Adams. Windstar Farm and CHC Incorporated are the owners. Brad Cox trains. Florent Giroux is aboard. That's the field for the 45th running of the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby. Grade 3, $400,000 on the line in just 4 minutes. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes to the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby. The horses are now approaching the starting gate, the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby, in 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 11th and featured event, the 45th running of the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby. A Grade 3 event, Kentucky Derby points on the lines, a mile and a 16th at a field of 7. Your post time favorite, number 2, Chancer McPatrick, right at that 8-5 morning line. Here's Owen Almighty coming up. Chancer McPatrick, the favorite, will break from gate 2 for Flavia and Pratt. Hill Road coming up. Brodeur to gate number 4. DJ Stable Mark Cassidy looking to team up once again as they took the Florida Oaks in the previous race. Here's Filoso to gate 5, 20-1 price. Right now the longest, or second longest shot in the field, rather. Just awaiting Naughty Rascal. Patch Adams will be all set for a start. 45th running of the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby. Patch Adams, Florent Giroux to the outside draw. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby. Got away to a good start. Owen Almighty to the inside. Brodeur flashing good early speed, and Patch Adams wants to join the party up on the outside. It's Brodeur and Owen Almighty. They're 1-2. Patch Adams to the outside, away third. Naughty Rascal, Chancer McPatrick, they're 4th and 5th. Just in behind them, Filoso had to tap on the brakes momentarily from that 6th position, and Hill Road takes up his spot at the back of affairs early on as Owen Almighty and Irad Ortiz Jr. are going to cut the corner now a length in front. In the second spot goes Brodeur. Chancellor McPatrick stays toward the inside. Patch Adams right to that one's outside. They're third and fourth. At about 3 off the leader as they move on to the back stretch. Naughty Rascal. Patch Adams looked like he maybe got out a little bit there. Lost a spot to Naughty Rascals. Now back fifth. 23 and 4 was the opening quarter mile time for Owen Almighty, who takes him up the back stretch. Some mild pressure from Brodeur. Right to that one's outside. They're length in front of Chancellor McPatrick. Patch Adams now back in gear. Up on the outside of Naughty Rascal. They're together at fourth and fifth. The two at the back, Hill Road and Filoso. 48 seconds flat for the opening half mile. Owen Almighty, Irad Ortiz Jr., Brodeur, Jose Ortiz, brothers at war past the 3/8 pole. They're a length and a half in front of Chancellor McPatrick, who's biding his time toward the inside. Filoso starting to launch up on the outside of Patch Adams. They're racing together out wide. Chancellor McPatrick going to need a seam. Owen Almighty brings him around to the top of the stretch. Brodeur, Patch Adams 3 wide. Filoso on the far outside. Chancellor McPatrick still waiting for that seam to arrive as Owen Almighty turns him in. Owen Almighty to the 8th pole. 2 lengths in front of Chancellor McPatrick, who tries to come after that one, but Owen Almighty's 3 lengths in front. Chancellor McPatrick, a final 16th. Hill Road up the inside. It's Owen Almighty in front. Owen Almighty by 4. Owen, the all-powerful Owen Almighty, wins the Tampa Bay Derby. Chancellor McPatrick was second. Third went to Hill Road. Patch Adams fourth. One, two, three, 7, the unofficial order here in the Tampa Bay Derby. 142.30 the final time. Fifth was number 4, Brodeur. 1, 2, 3, 7, 4. Results are official. 780 on the win for Owen Almighty. Owen Almighty, your Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby winner. 3-year-old Bay Colt by Speightstown out of Tempers Rising was bred in Kentucky by Mark Stanley. Flying Dutchman Breeding and Racing are the winning owners. Brian Lynch, the winning trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the winning ride as Owen Almighty. Second in the Sam F. Davis comes back to win the Tampa Bay Derby. What to exact at $12.10. Trifecta $17.20. Dime Super $6.35. Daily Double $10.40. The pick 3 $15.30. Pick 4 $65.80. That Ultimate 6 $395.38. The jackpot carryover will roll into tomorrow. Late pick 5 $210. And the high five $303.40. Today's 12th and final race is 21 minutes away at 6:17 p.m. Race number 12 to close the show here. A full field of 12 at the mile and a 16th turf distance. Scratch the also eligible runners. 13 and 14 are all scratched. Jockey change on the 12, Evelyn Louise. Make the rider Cipriano Gill. Cipriano Gill rides number 12. 21 minutes to the finale. Trophy presentation. Happy to welcome our friends once again from Lamb Home South to present to the winning connections of Owen Almighty, your Tampa Bay Derby winner of 2025. Congratulations to the winning connections.
Gate to wire. Owen, all righty then. My gosh, what a performance.
That was cute, wasn't it?
It was
Owen
cute. I
alrighty?
told him I was
You
going
like
to do
that?
something. Come on, I was going to do something cute. But I have with me Hunter Rankin, president of the Flying Dutchman. My gosh, this horse, he's been so good here over this course. It was a little unlucky with what happened in the Pasco. Getting disqualified from what was a really gutty win there. Sam F. Davis, he dueled gallantly with John Hancock all the way around there, the first try around the 2 turns. Here, he gets it done, from the jump.
Yeah, we're very excited. So just a huge thank you to the Boersmas. They put so much behind our team and the whole thing. So we're so appreciative of their family and just so happy to be here.
You had to feel pretty good early because Irad gets the lead with Owen Almighty. They weren't going that quickly up front. And then he cornered just beautifully to kind of get a little bit of a cushion going into that first turn, didn't he?
Yeah, Brian switched up the blinker on him after the last race, just make it a little more of a fuller cup. I think it was a recommendation Irad made, and he seems to really like it when horses come to him. So I thought he ran great today, and I'm just so proud of him.
After losing the Davis, and it was a tremendous race, losing to John Hancock. Because were you immediately going to go to this race, or was there some pause? And maybe we'll turn back, or at what point did you realize we want to run in the Tampa Bay Derby after what he did in the Sam Davis?
Honestly, I had in my mind, I thought it'd be a really good idea to run him here and then cut him back to the Pat Day Mile. I thought with the 8 weeks, he's had a few races here back to back to back, and I thought maybe if we could run him here and then give him the 8 weeks in between, cut him back to the Pat Day Mile, and then it'd be great. But I didn't. I honestly, and I don't think anybody in our family did that. I didn't think. Today surprised me. I thought he ran great.
Where does this rank? I mean, you've been involved with horse racing for your whole life. A moment like this, you've got 50 points. You're in the Derby.
Yeah, no, it's very cool. I just am so happy for the family. They're such great people, and they deserve everything good that comes to them. They're the best.
All right, last question for me. You kind of tipped your hand a little bit. So going into this race, Pat Day Mile. You didn't expect to open up, win by a mile. It seemed like he was better at the end of the race than he was in the beginning of the race too. So it seemed like he would be able to stretch out and do some good things further in distance. So now it's completely back to the drawing board. Pat Day Mile still a possibility, but now the Derby is probably favored in terms of next start.
No, it's the Derby is what everybody wants to go to. So I'd love for him to run in the Derby, and I'd love him to run great. And if that's what the family wants to do, then that's what we're going to do, and we'll try to get him there as best we can.
So it could be another race because you already have the points. Not necessarily. You might go fresh. You might run. It still is a couple months away.
Yeah, it's hard to say right now. But
Yeah.
it's awesome.
It just happened.
This is one of those ones you let the horse get back to the barn, enjoy this one. The party in the paddock looked amazing there in the winner's circle. Irad with the blanket around him, the cheers rising. It's just so much fun. This is what racing's about, these moments that just take you so high.
Well, yeah, it is, and thank you to Irad and Steve Rushing for sticking with him. And I know, went through the tough thing in the Pasco, as you mentioned, but they've stuck with him, and we're happy they did.
Congratulations. I have nothing else to say. Congratulations. It looked awesome. Big-time win.
Thank you so much, Hunter.
Attention fans, we have our Run for the Ribbons 50-50 drawing winner. The ticket is ending in 321102. Again, for the 50-50 Run for the Ribbons raffle, 321102. The winning owner, Joe DeBello. Joe DeBello, head to the winner's circle. You have ticket 321102. You are the 50-50 winner today.
a great day we've had here, Festival Day at Tampa Bay Downs, huh?
Yeah, we've had some unbelievable wins. We've had some horses run great in defeat.
Yes.
A couple of races where the top two finishers were outstanding. You know, the track played quickly, but I think it was fair. Still, I mean, it's never a bad thing to be.
I do think we need to speed up. We've got horses in the paddock here.
I thought it was
we're
being attacked by birds.
We are getting attacked by birds also. But yeah, here's my top pick in race 12 to close out. We got maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies, 8.5 furlongs all on the turf. The 2 Channel Chick, 1 of 2 enter for Chad Brown. I don't like to go with favorites, especially when it's a baby race, as I discussed earlier. But the pedigree is just too good. She's by Night of Thunder, and then her mom, a daughter, Shamar Doll, is a half-sister to Legatissimo, who was champion 3-year-old filly in England. If that wasn't good enough for you, the granny, full sister to multiple Group 1 winner Fame and Glory, whose wins include the Ascot Gold Cup, the Tattersall Gold Cup, the Coronation Cup, the Irish Derby. Oh, and you've got Flavia and Prada aboard, and she's coming in off a bullet drill. I will say the 6 Gold Stamp, might assist with the exotic. Girl is in for Mike Deeney. I know, she's been on the dirt sprinting, but she does have some turf pedigree, including Hardest Core in the pedigree, who won the Arlington Million. So you go ahead, real quick. Who are your top two?
The Dan was good, too. She's a good turf sprinter. I went with Corraine, the 7. This is a grass pedigree play for me. Dirt in the debut. You're by Strike It Rich, who was a Grade 3 winner on turf, won the Boiling Springs at Monmouth Park, was a very good runner. Was a half to a horse who made nearly $200,000 on turf. Actually, a half to Seafoam, who was a really good dirt horse, routing, but the added distance, I think, will help. So I think the added distance and the service change will help the 7, who showed a little speed in the debut. 7, 2, 6. So I put Gold Stamp in third at a big number.
Well, my third pick is the number 10. That is Gum. We talked to Graham Motion earlier. This is one of the other entrants here. Irad Ortiz, who just won the Tampa Bay Derby. He's riding this first-time starter. She is by Twirling Candy, and that of a daughter of Shamar Doll, and the mare herself, half-sister to Street Sense.
Do you like Gum?
I do. I like chewing gum every now and then. But, yeah, really
Trident
prolific.
guy. Trident.
Really prolific black type and flexible family she has. Matt, this has been a pleasure. I beat you again today in our little competition. We're back at it here tomorrow, though, live on site. So maybe you have a little hope of catching up to me Zenyatta style.
And a huge crowd today. I think almost everybody in the crowd probably beat me today. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Corraine here, the 7 horse in the last, and we'll have some dinner and get to work. 10-race program tomorrow.
Okay, real quick. Go over say your top 3 again. I'll say mine.
7, 2, 6 to close the show.
Okay. 2, 6, 10 in race 12, and we'll see you back here live on site tomorrow.
The horses onto the track post spreading for today's 12th and finals. We get set to close out day number 58 of the season, Festival Day. 3-year-old fillies at 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course. The turf firm, the rail at 0 feet. Scratch the also eligible runners. 13 and 14 are scratched. Number 12, Evelyn Louise, a jockey change to Cipriano Gill. Race 12 offers exact the trifecta superfecta and super high five wagering. They'll be at the post 1 mile and a 16th on turf in just 4 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses making their way out of the turf course, approaching the starting gate. Just 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 12th and finals. We get set to close out Festival Day. Back at it tomorrow, a 10-race Sunday card. Be sure to join us for that. Field of 12 here to close out the show. Your post-time favorite, even money on the first-time starter, number 2, Channel Check. The sun in its waning stages on what's been a beautiful afternoon here in Oldsmar, Florida. Thank everyone on track and across the country for joining us today. Here's easily sidetracked to gate 3. Peaches Point to gate 9. Hector Diaz Jr. won the second race? It was early in the card, whenever it was, looking to take the nightcap. Here's first-time starter Gum. Irad Ortiz for Graham Motion in the Eclipse colors. Power Dance going up. Native Rose and Porvose will be the next 2. Then we'll just be waiting on Gold Stamp and Evelyn Louise as we get set to close the curtain on Festival Day 2025. Gold Stamp in the Ballybrit colors. Trainer Mike Deeney. Frankie DeTore on board. Here's Evelyn Louise, Cipriano Gil to finish up the line. Race 12 to close out Festival Day. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start for the favorite. Channel Check down toward the inside. Power Dance is close up, and Power Dance going to grab the lead early on. Gold Stamp goes right with that one, though, and also Corain wants to be a part of the early mix. It's going to be Gold Stamp to take the initiative as they come by us the first time. Corain's now a joint second along with Power Dance. Just in behind them, Lady Authentic in the pink cap is away fourth. Length more back to Native Rose, who's in fifth, a tugging, willing fifth at that, as Carrain now goes up to join Gold Stamp, and Carrain goes to the front, so some shifting up on the top end. Gum came away in that sixth position. It's a length more back to Channel Check. Porvose's right to that one's outside. Then comes Peaches Point, who's out in ninth. Open Lane is 10th. Evelyn Louise with one beat, and that's easily sidetracked the trailer. Carrain takes over. 23-1 the opening quarter mile. Carrain takes him down the Tampa Bay Downs back stretch, a length in front of Lady Authentic. Tyler Gaffleone under a good hold in that second position. It's two more then. Back to Gold Stamp, Native Rose. They race as a pair, third and fourth. Power Dance is just behind them, fifth in the yellow sleeves. It's a length and a half more then. Back to the pair of Porvose and Gum. They race as a tandem, sixth and seventh. Then comes Channel Check, Peaches Point, Evelyn Louise. The two at the back, Open Lane, and easily sidetracked. 47-3 was the opening half-mile time for Carrain to the far turn. Lady Authentic trying to dial up the pressure on the outside. Pushed along is Native Rose, who's back in third. In behind that comes Gold Stamp, Power Dance. Gum is trying to weave through traffic. Channel Check still has to make up about 8 or 9 lengths as stablemate Lady Authentic grabs the lead. Lady Authentic into the stretch, a length in front of Carrain. Down the outside, Native Rose trying to gate on them. Gum switches toward the far outside. It's Lady Authentic. In between, on the outside, Native Rose trying to come get Lady Authentic. Native Rose is leading. Late run from Gum down the outside. It's still Lady Authentic there. Gum on the outside. Lady Authentic or Native Rose. If Native Rose was way out wide, that race kind of fell apart there at the end. Photo finish. Number 5, the winner. 5, 8, 10, and 4. 5, 8, 10, 4, the unofficial order. Results are official. 1380 on the win for Native Rose. 3-year-old chestnut filly by Good Samaritan out of Cape Verde was bred by Maccabee Farm in Kentucky. Pedro Brito, the winning owner. Alejandro Mendieta, the winning trainer. Anthony Rodriguez aboard for the winning ride. Native Rose, your 5-1 winner of the finale. Native Rose to the winner's circle. Nobody had that super high five, so we'll carry over 8,000 plus to tomorrow's card. Price is on the board. That late pick four, $220.45. The exact to $39.80. Trifecta $142.95. The dime super $698.37. Daily double $40.90. Pick 374.45. Folks, that does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs for Festival Day. We thank you for joining us on this Saturday. Hope you make plans to join us tomorrow when live racing returns. A Sunday of action set to go tomorrow. 10-race Sunday card. Simulcasting continues downstairs. Torpedo Ann is going to run in about 5 minutes down at Oaklawn Park. If you want to watch and wager on that, you can do so downstairs. When you drive home, please do so safely. We look forward to seeing you back tomorrow. And thanks again, everyone, for joining us for our Festival Day 2025. Good night, everyone, from Tampa.